information game stream with Wendy and Jeremy and
Daniel.
So we are finally back, heading back into the dreamlands with the Dream Warriors once again in Arkham Horror. When we last left these folks, they were talking to cats.
They were talking to cats.
And told that we had to find someone named Kadath, which is apparently what we are now doing in the search for Kadath.
Were we siding with the cats? I don't remember.
No.
We didn't. You don't trust cats.
I think that was the argument that was made.
Yeah.
And we opted out of being friends with the cats. I'm saying that not by memory, but because in our campaign log, we know that the cat is not at our side.
Okay. Search for Kadath, scenario 2A. I guess I start with intro 1 here. You stay the night at Einar's place. Your rest is anything but peaceful. Even if one could sleep within a dream, you certainly do not. Your mind teems with anxiety over the quest looming ahead. You reflect on the Black Cat's warning about danger in the waking world, and you wonder about the others who have followed Virgil Grey down the steps of slumber and through the enchanted woods. Are they here now too? Perhaps if you find this castle and return with proof of the dreamlands, you can save everyone, yourself, your friends, and the other dreamers as well. Check the campaign log. If the Black Cat is at your side...
He's not.
If the above is not true and Luke Robinson is in the group...
He is.
He is. Skip to intro 3. In the morning, you find Virgil and Randolph talking in the town square outside of Einar's place. You still aren't quite sure what to think of either of them, but you have a good sense of where you should go next. After all, this is not your first excursion into the fabled land of dreams. Addressing Randolph, you suggest talking to the High Priest Atal in the nearby Temple of the Elder Ones. It is a name you heard the last time you visited the city of Ulthar in your sleep. Until now, you had no reason to seek the priest's advice. Randolph gives you a startled glance that transforms quickly into a smirk. How curious, he says. I was about to suggest the same. Atal is wise beyond all our measure. He may know where to find the place we seek. Virgil, eager to embark on this journey, claps his hands. Well, what are we waiting for? This way, my friends. You nod and head for the temple, a circular tower of ivoried stone crowning the highest hill in town. A small army of cats patrols its walls. The cat at the head of the formation is none other than the old cat with the scar you encountered in the woods earlier.
Uh-oh.
He steps forward to bar your entry and regards your party with great acrimony. Hello again, the old cat says with a sharp tone. I suppose you want me to step aside.
Can I ask a question real fast?
Mm-hmm.
Do either one of y'all have your headphones?
I do.
Can you put them in, and can we hand this to Daniel to read, just so you can do like a quick sound check and a view check?
I got it.
The camera looks weird. I just want to make sure we're not lagging.
I got it.
Oh, he's got headphones. Okay.
Okay. See, Daniel to the rescue. I just want to make sure, and if you could look at it and just make sure we're not moving funny, that would be great.
Okay.
That would be great. Sorry about that, folks.
Check the campaign log if the investigators parlayed with the Zoogs, or if the investigators were saved by Randolph Carter. Skip to intro 5.
No.
If the cats collected their tribute from the Zoogs, skip to intro 6.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You tell the cat that you are merely here to speak with Atal and that you mean no harm. Ah, no worries, human, the cat says with a gaping yawn. The kind only a cat can perform and still look regal in the act. You don't seem the type to make trouble. Besides, I ain't going nowhere. You see a small lump in front of the cat, a bloodied, half-eaten pheasant. You resist the urge to turn up your nose and count yourself lucky you are on this cat's good side. Go on in, he says, then licks his chops as he prepares to finish his meal. Skip to intro 9. At the top of the temple, seated on an ivory dais, the high priest Atal awaits you. He is a frail, wiry man with a long, wispy black beard, caved-in cheeks, and the pale, milky eyes of one afflicted by blindness.
Okay.
Do not let your eyes deceive you. Randolph whispers as you seat yourselves in front of the dais. Atal is over 3 centuries old, but his memory is sharp as a tack. You ask the priest about your quest and about your destination. The castle Randolph described from his dreams. You speak of the resting place of the Great Ones, high above unknown Kadath. Even I know not its true location, and that is all well and good, for the fruits of attempting to ascend to such a place would be bitter indeed. My companion, Barzai, once scaled a peak only a fraction as sacred, and he was never seen nor heard from again. The gods of Kadath may seem powerless, but they are protected by the other gods from the outside, whom it is better not to discuss. It will be wiser to let all the gods alone and leave this folly behind. Atal's use of the word gods has you curious. You wonder aloud what kind of god might exist in a place like this. The priest shakes his head. They are not our gods, but the gods of earth, for this land is but a reflection of yours. You attempt to pry deeper into Atal's wisdom with your questioning, but his advice does not budge. I have already said more than I should, he insists. Please, for your sake, pursue this madness no further. In your campaign log next to evidence of Kadath, record 1 tally mark. Check campaign log. If the investigators parlayed with the Zoogs...
We did not.
If the cats collected their tributes, or if the investigators were saved by Randolph Carter, skip to intro 11.
Yes.
Atal refuses to give you any more advice, so you decide to leave the temple on the hilltop behind. We have learned much, but we are still no closer to knowing the location of Kadath, Randolph says with a sigh. It is likely that our destination is far from here, perhaps on another continent altogether. We shall need to secure passage by sea if we are to travel such great distances. I suggest we begin by traveling south to the port city of Dalathaline. We can figure out our next step from there. Proceed to setup.
Okay. Is it lagging?
No, and it's hard to tell. It could just be the film. The video is a little framey, but I don't know that that's going to matter once you switch to the larger view.
Okay. As long as it sounds okay.
Yeah, audio's fine.
Okay.
Seems
You
to
know,
be
I
fine.
just like PTSD.
Yes, I am here, and thus things will stop working.
Okay. As long as, yeah, and if this is jerking around a little bit, that's okay when we're this big.
Yeah, it just seems like a frame rate kind of thing more than anything. It's not like it's
This thing is going through a
delay.
capture. It's going through an Elgato at this point, so it really shouldn't be lagging at all.
No, it's fine.
But yeah, it's not something I can figure out right now. So.
Okay.
I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's fine too. All right, so let's go to the overhead. Oh wait, wrong one. There we go.
Okay. Gather all the cards from the following encounter sets. You've already done that.
Yes, the locations are over there with Daniel. He's got them in his
Let's-
hand.
Ulthar, Sky River, and Dalathaline into play. Each investigator begins play in Ulthar.
These don't have 2 sides.
Oh well, we'll find out.
None of these have 2 sides. Okay, Ulthar, Sky River, and
Dalathaline.
Okay.
Dalathaline!
Away!
Okay, we are in Uthar.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen the preview for the new
No.
The new what?
Willow?
We watched Willow not too terribly long ago.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people have opinions on that maybe, but I love it a lot.
I love that movie too. I remember going to the theater to see it. Like, we never went to the theater to see movies.
Here's what I'll say though. Well, that was the first one we saw in the double decker theater. I think it was down the road.
Yeah, there was the double feature of that and Beetlejuice.
Oh, that's right.
Which, like, you had to be like, because I was little. You had to be like 4, maybe.
Yeah, I was
when
little
Mom and
when
Dad
I saw
took us to
Willow.
that.
I love that movie.
Willow?
Both.
My dad still to this day calls my little sister. It came out in 1988, so we were 7.
Yeah.
Okay, we were older than I thought, but still, the fact that Mom and Dad took us to see Beetlejuice and Willow when you were 7 and I was 9.
My dad still calls Brooke Peck because she's this tall.
Yeah. I read one of the sequel books, or I attempted to read one of the sequel books.
Nerd.
And it was not great, but we'll see. The preview looked really good.
Okay, so Daniel, you get this card. All of the other things are set up. All the setup is done, so you can skip through. You can skip through to here.
Other location out of play. Okay.
This goes in my hand.
You put him into play.
He's out.
Does he count as an ally slot?
Uh-huh.
Oh, man.
He's the lead investigator?
He is the lead investigator.
Okay.
Well, that stinks.
Each of the locations... well, you got that for a reason.
Yeah, but I...
But that's not the reason that he got it.
I have 2 allies in my hand.
Oh, well.
In my starting hand. Okay.
Each of the locations in this scenario have no unrevealed side, and therefore they interplay with their revealed side face up. Instead of an unrevealed side, these locations have story cards on their reverse sides. Whenever a location in the scenario enters play, including during setup, place clues on that location equal to its clue value as normal. Locations can be flipped over in one of 2 ways. Most are flipped over by the veiled keyword as described below. Some locations are instead flipped over by an ability printed on that location. Once a location has been flipped over and its story text has been read, it cannot be flipped over again for the remainder of the game unless otherwise noted. Many of the locations in this scenario have the veiled keyword. This keyword represents that a location contains unknown lore or assistance that must be sought out by the investigators before it can be of use to them. As a free ability, an investigator at a veiled location with no clues on it may flip the location over, resolving the text on its other side. Okay.
So, interesting thing about Virgil here. After one or more signs of the gods are uncovered, which is...
Yeah, I don't know. That's not here.
It's an action. Well, it's not an action. It's a swirly action. Either draw 1 card, gain 1 resource, or heal 1 horror from Virgil Gray. If there is more than 1 investigator in the game, give control of Virgil to another investigator. So basically, once we find a sign or uncover the signs of the gods, I can just activate him and pass him, and then you can activate it, and we can get resources and stuff from him if we have ally slots in them, I guess.
Apparently. And now it says stop. Don't read anything else yet.
Yep. Okay, so I picked out an amazing opening hand.
Okay.
So I'll get the bad news out of the way first. I drew my weakness.
Nice.
So I drew Tony's Quarry, and it's going to spawn at the location farthest from Tony. After Tony's Quarry enters play, place 1 Doom on it, then place 1 resource on it as a bounty.
So...
Okay, I also drew Leo DeLuca.
Okay. Do you want me to read these?
Oh yeah, more. It's been too long since we played.
Over fertile plains rolling down to the sky, we saw the smoke of cottage chimneys, and on every hand were the hedges and plowed fields and thatched roofs of a peaceful land. At the end of the round, investigators at a port location may spend the requisite number of clues as a group to advance. 6. So we need 6 clues to advance.
What is a port location?
I assume just here, probably. Yeah, it says port on it.
Oh, okay.
And as for our agenda, despite the advice of the Dreamlands inhabitants, you and your companions seek unknown Kadath, where the gods dwell. If you are at a port location, as a one action, if you are at a port location, resign. Venturing into the unknown has become too dangerous, so you return to safety with the information you've gathered. That's an option. We can just resign at a port. 7 doom threshold.
Okay.
Now
So
we've got 1
Well,
here.
we've learned how well just resigning from the scenario works out.
okay, so I've got my guy down there.
Mm-hmm.
My first action is I'm gonna bring Leo DeLuca, of course, into my hand. I love him. And this is upgraded Leo DeLuca.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, he's expensive.
Yes. He's less expensive when you upgrade him.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
And then I've got a lot of good stuff like at bay here too. I just got to build my resources back up. So that's 1 of 4 moves. And then
Okay.
I'm gonna pause and then see what you guys are gonna do.
So, I have
Whichever one of y'all wants to go next. Daniel wants to
some
give him
more-
to someone
well,
else.
I have some more thoughts here. This says if there is more than one investigator in play, give him to another player. That would not work if he takes up an ally slot. Additionally, he does not have the ally icon on him.
Okay.
So, we need to make a determination now. Is he taking up an
He's
ally
not.
slot? Okay.
He's not.
Because I feel like I feel like the purpose of him is to travel between all the investigators.
Yes.
I'm like, you can't come here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
it would-
I'm sorry to Daniel.
it would effectively break him because I
Well,
would
and
be
it's an
able to pass
automatic trigger. It's not a you can choose to. That's what that thing means. It means whenever that happens, it's going to trigger.
it. Right.
So,
Okay. That's what I needed to know before I made my first move, which is going to be awesome.
Are you gonna investigate?
Not yet. Watch
Okay.
this. I'm going to play a resource cache. I'm going to gain 3 resources. Then I'm going to take all of my resources, 4 and 4, and play Alice Luxley and Dr. Christopher sitting in a tree.
She needs to back up off my man.
She's pretty cool. She's got a cool hat.
Yeah, but he's smart and sexy.
And that's my turn.
Okay.
It's
So I guess I will do investigating for the seeker.
I'm going to investigate too. Well, and we just have to get these clues off to flip it. Basically, that's what we're trying to do here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I guess we also need clues to advance. Okay. Sorry, this is a new card, so I'm still. What's the shroud here? 1? Okay. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna cast my spell here.
if y'all want to leave,
Read the
I will
signs.
get the clues next turn.
Which will let me add my head to my investigate skill for this turn. So I will have a total of 6. Or no,
6
7. 7 for this.
to investigate for a 1.
Uh-huh.
So unless you hit the tentacle, this is a guaranteed success.
Yep.
So So there's a +1 in here. It goes +1 to -4.
Well, that's fair.
-2. If you fail, either take 1 damage and 1 horror, or place 1 doom on the current agenda. Well, I did not fail, so.
Okay.
And discover 1 additional clue at this location if you succeed.
Sweet!
So there's 2.
Nice.
And then I'm going to play Stargazing. Max twice per game. Play only if there are 10 or more cards in the encounter deck. There are.
For sure.
Search for 1 copy of The Stars Are Right. I need the... Can you get the top 10 cards off of there, Daniel?
I don't want to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay.
And this gets shuffled in.
Is it a good guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you pull this, you get to choose an investigator. That investigator draws 1 card, gains 1 resource, and may take an immediate action as if it were their turn.
Oof. Okay.
And that's in the top 10 cards.
Is that your turn?
I've got 1 more action, so I'll play just go ahead and get Clarity of Mind out here so I can heal some people if I need to.
Okay. I will investigate. I have a book of 3. 0. So.
Okay.
Wait. Oh, this one. And I still have 2 more moves.
Do you want to go ahead and flip this or wait?
Yeah, I think we should just totally go ahead and flip it.
Okay, because it's a free action, so it doesn't cost us anything. Cryptic Souls. As you walk the streets of the town, a horde of cats slowly congregates around you, following you everywhere you go. Check the campaign log. If the cats collected their tribute from the Zoogs, they did, right?
I don't know. I'm looking up in the campaign log because I'm like, well, I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure they did, because this was a question that came up several times when I was reading.
I feel like we...
Okay. The cats collected their tribute from the Zoogs.
Okay. 1 by 1, the cats demand a tribute in the form of physical affection. Despite the urgency of your task, they rub against your legs, leap onto your lap, and do not leave until they are thoroughly adored. Lose all of your remaining actions and end your turn. Oh, gross.
Okay.
You just stopped to play with the kitty cats.
That's accurate.
Regardless, flip this card back over.
Okay.
Oh, and flip it back over?
Yeah, I will say this was despite that fact, that was the better outcome.
Oh, okay.
We just wandered into a cat cafe. Cool.
Okay, so monster phase. That monster is aloof, so he's not going to do anything. And he doesn't gather more doom either, right?
Do we need to do anything with him?
He does not. It's
I'm
after
going
he
to
enters
punch his
play
head
that he
off when I
gets
get
this.
in there. But he can wait.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have to. He's contributing 1 doom, which isn't great,
Yeah.
but isn't the end of the world.
I just didn't know if, like, he was going to explode at the end of the turn or something.
No, I got him last time too. He just kind of hangs out.
Yeah.
If I pull out the blue star, then I get to add another resource on him, and then I get those when I punch his head off.
I bet he's not as annoying as that creepy dude with the syringe that followed me around last time.
Yeah, no, this guy is like nothing. Alright, so...
Glow up.
Oh, right. That first. That's probably the better thing to do first.
Yeah.
Nice. I don't want to...
Can I have one?
You want this one?
I'll take this one. Oh, boy!
Hunted by Corsairs.
That's what I got too.
Attach Hunted by Corsairs to the current act. When the act advances, each investigator takes 2 damage. Attached act gains test 4 book to outwit the Corsairs or 4 foot to sneak past them.
And we've got 2 of those.
Okay.
Oh, good. Good thing we've got someone who can test hot book.
Seriously.
Okay. Well, so can I investigate a location without clues on it?
No.
Okay.
Is that a peril?
It's a power, treachery, prismatic phenomenon. Basically, the first time you perform one of the following actions: draw, resource, or play. Each round, it costs 1 additional action.
Ew, gross. Okay.
After you successfully investigate a location, instead of discovering clues, discard prismatic phenomenon. So, basically, I'm down an action. So I got 2 actions.
And there's no clues in the next room.
And there's no clues in the next room. So I can move 2, but it sounds like I need to do something there with those things.
Yeah.
What?
Or, let's see, I've got 2 feet, so I can't even run from it. You got 3 feet.
You got 3.
What?
Head or book.
Pass one over here so I can see what I'm looking at.
Just kidding, here you go.
I mean, I don't have to solve this, dude.
We didn't have to get the clues.
So I could get rid of both of these.
Yep. Does that count as a successful investigation?
No, I don't think so.
I think so.
As much as I would appreciate that.
What do you think, Rules Judge? Here's my argument as to why he's using the books.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know what your argument is.
That's
I'm using my
investigating.
book smarts.
He's literally investigating.
So, okay. First,
He's testing books.
First
That is
question.
an investigation.
how close are we to advancing the agenda?
Not at all.
So I'm kind of messed over either way.
This won't affect, though.
It won't affect those.
Yeah, it won't affect those at all. Because this only costs you an extra action if you're drawing, getting a resource, or playing a card.
Not moving?
No, not moving.
So play means actually
Means play a card.
Okay. That's not...
Like committing a card to a test?
No, not even that.
Drawing out of your hand.
It
So-
means paying the cost and playing a card.
I can get rid of both of those and move. So that's... Okay, that's better. That's
That
not
would
as
be
bad.
bomb, D.
Well, I guess... Well, are we to that point?
Yeah, I mean...
Okay.
One of us definitely needs...
So we've got 3 clues, so we're halfway there before we move the act forward.
Boom.
Ah! Daniel, always with the early luck.
Skill test and draw. Huh.
Seriously.
I could choose to fail the skill test and draw 3 cards. No, that's not what we're doing here. So that's one gone.
Oh, good.
And here's the fun part. This is why I played these 2+1 book cards. Everybody was giving me crap about.
You get resources out the wazoo.
Actually, if you discover a clue. Okay.
I think Christopher only gives you resources if you get a clue, right?
Right.
Yes. That's a definite pass. Okay. And then
Whoop, whoop.
I'm gonna move.
Okay.
Beep.
Okay, well, regardless of who is over here, there are no clues on it. Actually, let's see what this forced is. When you attempt to leave Sky River, if it has not yet been flipped over, test 2 head or 2 feet. If you fail, flip this card over and resolve the text on its other side. Oh, I wonder if we don't want to flip
Does
this
everybody have to do that? Or can, like, one person do it?
Yeah.
over. Everyone has to do it when they attempt to leave.
Oh, shoo.
That's no good.
That is No good. Okay.
So
That's fine, that's fine, that's fine.
as a free action, we could just flip this. But it sounds like it might be bad. It sounds like we might not want to.
How bad could it really be? It's just a river. We're crossing it, right?
I mean, I can pull out Schwazi and we can pick because I don't know, man. Y'all decide because. Well, I feel like though. I mean, like,
Are we gonna have to
kind of
go-
with Daniel, and how bad could it be? We're inevitably gonna have to flip it over.
Are we going to have to go back through it is the question. Is this a one-way, once we
You know what?
do it, we're done?
I'm not going to move yet. First,
Because...
I'm going to open a gate. Right here. Then I'm going to move.
What's the gate for?
If I place another one, you can teleport between them.
Okay. Do you have the other gate?
I have like 4 of those in here.
Okay.
No, not yet,
Okay.
but yes.
Man, if y'all hear that sound, that's our dog.
Yeah.
That's our dog snoring.
That's Grandma in the next room. Oh, she heard us talking about her. Now she's upset. She's leaving.
Okay, but what do we think about this river? I can probably get out of it without flipping it.
So the
but-
enemies here, I can too, most likely. The enemies here are cats.
Mhm.
Cats don't like water.
That's a good point.
So...
Alright, so the likelihood of us flipping it by testing, that's the question. Because I've got 3 head and 3 feet. Is that what we're testing?
I've got
Mhm.
2 head and 2 feet, but I've got a buff to give me an extra head. An extra foot.
Yeah, I can get an extra, but that's
Should we just flip it?
risky.
You flip it?
I think we should just get it over with. So just rip the band-aid off.
Just rip the band-aid off. I feel like it was inevitable.
Dreamlike horrors.
Oh boy.
The
Oh,
wilds of the
God.
sky region may appear peaceful, but they are far from safe. You are compelled to travel slowly and take in the beauty and tranquility of this realm, but your
See?
dawdling makes you a target for the vicious creatures that call the wetlands home. Cancel the effects of the move. I guess that's if you were leaving. If there are no creature enemies at Sky River, discard cards from the top of the encounter deck until a creature enemy is discarded,
Alligator.
and spawn that enemy engaged with you.
Right. Are there any enemies in our discard pile already? No.
Why is there a black card in here?
Because he put one in.
That's the good one I put in.
Oh, yeah. Okay. There's Night Riders. I guess I need to shuffle this again.
His black card's supposed to stay in the top 7.
10.
Well, we pulled 3 out.
Yeah.
Well, these get discarded, right? So this goes back in. I'm going to have to reshuffle the whole thing. Or, well,
Sure, but
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is what we'll do. To keep yours in the top 10. And then we'll stick it back on top, right?
sure. Night Riders. Swarming 1.
Yay!
Oh man. That was going to be another gate.
Oh, dang.
While a host Night Riders has no attached swarm cards, it gets -3 evade. After you evade Night Riders, discard it. Oh, okay. So you can just evade them to get rid of them.
It's 5 feet.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. But I can take a hit.
I can punch him.
Well, feel free to punch him.
Yep. I will. I haven't taken any moves yet. I'm gonna take one now. Will you move me in there with y'all?
Come on over,
so
Indy.
there's one of 4. Can I have the bag? Thank you.
There's a star in there.
I know, man. I need some Daniel. Oops. I need some Daniel luck.
But the problem with that is, remember,
It runs out.
it runs out real quick.
Okay. What is the shield?
-2.
Okay, so I had 5. What is his?
Oh, you hit him.
2.
Booyah!
So that's,
1.
does the ad get 2? Or,
Yes.
What does the skull do?
-X. X is the number of signs of the gods the investigators have uncovered. So that's a
0. Okay, well there, he's dead.
He's not.
Why?
The swarm is dead. He's
I gotta
still
hit him
got
one
2.
more. I gotta hit him 2 more times.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, I can only hit him once,
Okay.
but I'm gonna hit him. I will hit him.
He now has only 2 feet. Now that the swarm is dead.
Nice.
That's a punch.
Okay.
That is a hit. But you did not sink the battleship.
No.
I hit it 3 times.
So he will bite me, but I have deny existence, so he won't actually get to do anything. When an encounter card or enemy attack will cause you to do one of the following: discard cards from hand, lose resources, lose actions, or take damage or horror. Ignore that aspect of the effect.
Okay. So that was
Cool.
the enemy phase.
That was the enemy phase.
Okay, so now we get to.
Yep.
Was that the enemy phase?
Yes.
Yep. Did you use all your turns, Daniel?
Yes, because I
Okay.
Yeah.
did
Y'all
the
both
2
used
and
all your turns. I had 1 left, but I couldn't do anything with him here, so.
I heard you like punching stuff.
I do. I heard you like getting clues, but I don't see any on your board. Uh-oh.
What's wrong?
The camera's doing that weird thing. It zoomed in, like the thing kicked on. And the camera changed its angle, but it actually kind of worked out in our favor here. We just need to keep an eye on it. It doesn't look like it's got a delay or anything. But, like,
Looks fine.
it changed focus.
Oh, okay.
That happens, like, every time the fridge kicks off. Like, 1 in every 20, it janks up OBS.
All right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, so I need an encounter card, please.
Yep, we all do.
How many encounter cards have we gotten? Is this our 3rd one or our 2nd one?
Second, I think.
Okay. I'm like worried about I'm going
I
to
drew
forget to
your
put
thing.
Doom on here.
Oh, cool. Zoog Burrow. Test 3 foot. For each point you fell by, add 1 swarm card to the nearest swarming Zoog enemy. If you fell and there are no such enemies in play, search the encounter deck and discard pile for a Zoog enemy. Draw it and shuffle the encounter deck.
Well,
Is this a Zoog? I don't think it is. No, it's not.
so
Well, this is probably not going to go great.
since
Oh, okay.
that went pretty good.
This one charge on game box, which I don't have out, so.
So since Wendy thinks I'm doing such a fabulous job as a seeker, she's going to get 1 card, 1 resource, and you get to take an immediate action.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I am going to use that
This is
immediate
called my
action.
insurance payment.
I'm going to use my extra turn. Can I do it right now?
Yes,
Yeah.
right now.
I'm going to discard that one.
I guess I could have given that to the cart owner. But...
And then that's going to let me discard my secret card here.
Okay.
Can't reach though. This is why we need the big lazy Susan. Jeremy drew a blue one.
He did.
I did.
Thank you for that,
60
Daniel.
here.
You're welcome.
What am I punching?
I figured you were going to want to punch things next turn.
I really like to punch things, so like...
We got a stubborn detective, and we still got a one of them thingies.
Yeah, I can punch them both, actually.
And maybe something else, depending on what Jeremy ends up doing here. What happened to your Zoog?
Oh, I evaded. There's no Zoog.
Okay. All right.
Good job.
Cool.
Alright, I've got 4 moves, so I'm just going to start punching stuff.
Right.
Jeremy, I got to hit 2
right.
for that guy, for him to be gone.
Mm-hmm. For a second, I was like, wait, did I not draw an encounter?
Okay,
I drew
he's
it.
dead. That's move number 1.
Bye-bye.
Okay, what's his?
He's 3 fist, 2 hits.
Okay. That's a hit. So he's got 1. Let me pull my second. -1, still a hit. Get you some.
He dead.
This is what I wanted Carolyn Fern to be able to do, that worthless piece of crap. I've still got 1 move left, but I can't move down in here because...
Is he aloof?
He is aloof.
Okay, so we can move down there safe.
If I move down there, will he attack me?
No.
Aloof enemies do not engage unless you forcibly engage them.
Great. In that case, will you just go ahead and move me down there?
Yes. Okay, there's no forced actions. Indy. I'll try and stop calling him Indy.
You'll stop. You can call him Indy. Half the
looks
time I
like-
think you're saying Windy.
This works. Okay.
No time for love, Dr. Jones.
Alright, so I'm going to move down here. What is this? Okay, spend 1 resources, search the top 6 cards of your deck for an item asset and draw it. Shuffle your deck. So you can just do that here.
Y'all, I have some bad news.
Okay.
What? Wait, this says veiled? Does that mean something?
Oh, if it has not yet been flipped over, we flipped it over, so we're okay.
Yeah, we can now,
Yeah.
by flipping that over and dealing with that mob,
Yep.
we don't even need your portal thing up there. Sorry. It was a good
That's
thought.
fine.
Okay.
So 1, 2, and I'm going to draw a card for my 3rd action.
Okay. We're going to investigate. Woof. Oh, that's still a success. Alright, so after you successfully investigate, get 1 resource. After you discover a clue, exhaust her and deal 1 damage.
Sweet.
And I'm going to investigate again. Right, after you succeed in a skill test by 2 or more. Okay, did not.
Watcha.
That is... Oh man, that's close, but still a success. And I gain another resource. Because this guy is really something else. Okay.
I love him.
That's...
He's my boyfriend.
Oh, and... Oh, you know what? Scratch that.
Are we forgetting to pass that guy around?
No. Only after we
Haven't discovered any signs of the
find
gods
signs
yet.
of the god.
Okay.
So I forgot that card had to go instead of the resource. So either way, I'll get the other 2 next turn.
Alright.
How many clues do we have? Let's do a clue check. I have 1.
We're 1 short. We have 5.
Daniel has 2?
Mm-hmm.
I have 1.
Oh.
Because I had to put 1 back.
That's right.
Because of that
So
card.
we're 2 short. We need the other 2 clues here. But
Okay.
basically, we have to get all of the clues available.
Okay. So, nobody's doing anything. So, draw a card.
Yep.
Oh!
6.
Okay. And then I'll take one of those whenever you're ready.
Has anyone taken horror damage yet?
No.
No. Is Herc outside?
No.
Put Dreamlands Eclipse. She wasn't here, but I am one. Put Dreamlands Eclipse into play next to the agenda deck. Forced, when you initiate an investigation, you must either take 1 horror or your location gets +2 shroud for this investigation. At the end of the round, discard Dreamlands Eclipse. Well, crap.
I got Whispers of Hypnos. Choose a skill, any skill that you want. For the remainder of the round, each investigator gets -2 of the chosen skill. You cannot choose a skill that has already been chosen. So I'm going to pick... Should I choose head or feet?
Not head, because I still use head for investigating sometimes.
Okay, so feet's -2 for the next round.
Okay. Alright. What was yours again, Jeremy?
It is increasing the shroud here by 2, or take 1 horror when you investigate until the end of the round.
So the shroud here is now 5.
Yeah.
Or take horror.
Okay. If there are no clues on your location, discard Wondrous Lands. Blah. Otherwise, attach Wondrous Lands to your location. Attached location gets -2 shroud.
Oh.
Forced, after you successfully investigate attached location, take 1 horror, place 1 doom on the current agenda, and discard Wondrous Lands. This effect can cause the current agenda to advance.
So it sounds like that just kind of draws even.
Yeah, I gotta... Yeah. Is there any way we can cancel this one? Because it's going to give us a doom regardless. Like, the horror doesn't matter.
I had a card that would let me get past that, but I no longer have it.
Did you have to use it to investigate because Daniel wouldn't? Daniel, I'm just kidding.
I would like to assert my fifth amendment against self-incrimination.
Okay.
I kid.
I'm just not going to investigate anymore.
Take
my toys and go home.
You have 1 job.
Hey, prepare to be amazed this turn is all I'm saying.
Okay.
I can heal horror, so don't worry about it so much.
If I increase it by 2,
God,
this decreases it by 2.
Correct. So it's just 3.
So it's just 3.
Yes.
I'm going to take a horror from this. Okay, yeah. So this effectively cancels that out. Okay,
yes.
Got it. That's wild that we got both of those.
Although you could technically, you could choose to take 2 horror.
Yeah.
In which case, this would be 1 shroud.
I could, and then I would succeed by 2 and discover an extra clue at my location, but I don't need that.
Yeah, I was gonna say with your stats, I don't think you need to do that, but you could do that.
I mean, the horror is negligible. Actually... Oh. This is ridiculous. Okay. Yep. Okay. I know what I need to do.
Okay, so it's our turn now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to spend 4 and bring double into play. So let me ask you a question about this, Rule Master. So, does it take a turn if it doesn't have the thing beside it? Oh, wait, I can't afford it. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But for future reference, does it take 1 turn if it doesn't have a thing beside it? Or is that just a free action if I pay the toll?
Yeah, if you pay to play this, it's an event, so it's a thing it doesn't stay here, right? Like it happens and then it goes away.
Yeah, but it doesn't take one of my moves.
It takes an action because you're playing a card takes an action.
Okay. I just, I'm gonna find a loophole.
I know.
Okay, so that said, I have 4 moves. I'm just gonna start punching heads off.
Okay.
So can I have a bag? There's already one head punched on here, so.
Yeah. And honestly,
What's the skull?
0. Minus X. X is the number of signs of the gods. We have no signs of the gods, so 0.
3. No more doom. I get a resource. Here's the mirror.
Congratulations.
Here's the bag. I've still got 2 moves left. I'm gonna just hold them for when we flip this card over.
Are you investigating?
yes.
I'm committing this to your investigation test.
Holy smokes. Okay.
Lets me draw a card.
Well,
If you're successful, it lets me draw a card. I assume you're going to be successful.
here's what I have to think through here, because I've got a card that kills horror, so I could just take the horror and make the shroud 1, and it doesn't matter, because then I take 2 horror.
Yeah, but I just gave you 2 more books.
Sure. Well, okay, yeah. So let's just draw. Let's just draw. What's the?
Reveal another token. If this token is revealed during an investigation, and this skill test fails, increase that location's shroud by 1 for the remainder of the round.
0.
0.
That is a
Whoop,
huge
whoop.
success. So, after you succeed at a skill test by 2 or more, while investigating, discover 1 clue. So that gives me both clues. That gives me a resource. Whoop. There's no more enemies here, right? I'm also going to play this guy, which allows me to investigators at that location gain a total of X resources distributed as you see fit. So we get 3 resources, which is the shroud value. You get 2,
Thanks, Daniel.
and that kind of makes it even, but I'll give you the last one since I didn't.
I really thought you were going to keep it for yourself.
Well,
and after I helped you with a card.
That's totally what I thought he was going to do.
Here's the thing. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
This is clearly your first time playing a real Seeker deck. Because, yeah, every Seeker deck should have Dr. Christopher in it.
Our Instagram account was basically a Dr. Christopher Stan account there for a little while. Like, Jeremy even drew him for me, and it was the background on my computer for months.
Nice. And so that's 2 moves. And since we're going to use our clues this turn, I'm going to go ahead and use this card. And draw 3 cards. Okay, that's what that is. Draw X cards with X.
I'm going to say, who has moves left?
Me.
Me too. Did you use all yours?
I'm about to.
Okay. That's fine. I'm just saying, we're going to advance this. Do you want to wait until we advance it to use all your moves?
Too late.
Okay.
Well, that's the thing too. We add a doom for this thing, right?
Oh, yes, we do. Yep.
And it goes away.
But here,
And I take a horror.
pay up your clues.
You should put them in your bucket down there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm terrified of what's about to come.
got this.
Oh, wait.
We gotta flip the location over first, don't we?
No, but we can't. We should. Yeah, it's at the end of the round.
Oh, okay.
We're not at the end of the round.
What was
yet,
the action on this again? Spend one resource, search the top 6 cards of your deck for an item asset, and draw it. Okay.
Endless secrets. In the port city of Dalathleen, you consult with the elders of the city. They believe that the truth of Kadath was hidden for a reason, and they call you a fool for searching for it. Even so, they tell you what little they know of the Forsaken Peak. Though you are far from finding Kadath, it is clear now that it cannot be in this region. We'll need to find a ship, Captain, Randolph muses. This journey will be much longer still. The Isle of Oriab lies to the south, and I have heard of a great mountain there. To the west lies the ancient land of Manar, where many secrets lie hidden. To the east is the Timeless Realm, ruled by the wise King Karanis. North of there is a forbidden land where none dare tread. You have uncovered a sign of the gods. Place one resource on the scenario reference card to indicate this. For the remainder of the scenario, resources on the scenario reference card represent signs of the gods the investigators have uncovered. Your quest is to uncover as many of these signs as you can in order to discern the location of Kadath. Flip this card back over.
Alright. Who wants Virgil?
I'll take him. I don't care.
And then this goes, does that resource go up here?
What resource?
Yeah, it said the reference card.
That's down there, but
Is that this?
we can just do this.
Yeah.
Keep it clean.
Yeah. We don't ever put clues on that anyway, so
Okay.
So does this mean you get to do this?
Yeah, I got a resource, and it goes to you. Because it's either you get a resource, or draw a card,
Or heal one horror.
heal one horror from him.
Oh.
Because he can die.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it bad if he dies?
It says remove him from the game.
Yeah, if Virtual Ray is defeated, remove him from the game. Okay.
Probably want to keep him alive.
Probably.
Like, if I met this guy on the street, I'd be like, I don't think I need to keep him alive, but
Okay, so...
for purposes of this game, I might reconsider.
Okay, so I have 2 moves left.
I mean, his name is Virgil.
Yeah, me too.
But there's really nothing for us to do.
You can take this action here, spend one resource, search the top 6 cards for an item card, and put it into play.
I think I'd rather just get 2 resources.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna do this.
So, we need a boat. Oh, we haven't advanced
Booyah.
the agenda.
That's worth it.
That's
The
right.
good side. What's the good side called? Is it agenda?
The act.
Yeah.
Okay. We haven't advanced that.
Yeah, we advance that after we glow up at the end of the round.
Got it. That's when things will happen. Okay.
Yep. But before we get there, so that's one move, and then for my final move, heal your one horror.
Yay. Is that because I did my job?
Yes. So no monsters, so glow up. And
I just
now
want to have a good performance review, that's all.
we advance.
My other manager seems to be disappointed in me.
Are you talking about me?
What?
I'm not disappointed in you. I just give you a hard time, Daniel. That's
You
what.
said you exhibit room for improvement.
No, I'm like, Daniel, you had a spectacular year. That's why you get a 3. Meets expectations.
Cost of living increase.
We really hope that you enjoy this 1.5% raise for all of your hard work.
What's the word on labor unions around here?
This is a pro-union household.
Okay. Making sure. I have all of these allies.
How do you think all
that
this
can
happened?
join the union?
Yeah, how do you think all this happened? The cat's organized.
Yeah.
You find a captain willing to grant you passage to the remote regions of the dreamlands, wherein you may find signs from the gods to point you in the direction of Kadath. Search the encounter deck, discard pile, and all play areas for Cats of Ulthar. Each pack of Vuniths, and each card from the Zoogs encounter set, and remove them from the game.
Okay, say what now?
Zoos
Okay,
and
listen.
cats.
This game has always been
Okay,
ridiculous.
someone just hand me the entire encounters deck.
This is the most I've ever felt like I was reading a Dr. Seuss book.
Okay.
Cats of Ulthar,
Okay.
pack of Vuniths,
Okay.
and Zoogs encounter sets.
Could you imagine what a cat union meeting would be like?
It would probably
The pettiness.
involve a bunch of Zoogs and Vuniths. I don't know which of these symbols are which.
That's fine. The Zoogs are the ones that kind of look like an octopus.
Okay.
And then what? Zoogs.
Each pack of Vuniths and each Cats of Ulthar.
They're not in here. Do they need to come in?
No, it says to remove them from the game.
Oh. Okay.
Shuffle each set aside copy of Priest of 1,000 Masks into the encounter deck, along with the encounter discard pile.
I bet you the cats would have been in there due to setup if we had pissed them off.
Probably.
We've still got... These are all the enemies that could possibly go in.
Is this supposed to still be in
Yes.
Yes.
I put another one in there.
here? Does it stay in the top 10?
I don't. I think at this point it just gets shuffled in.
Okay.
Um.
You know, it's... I know where that is. I can't shuffle this without knowing where that is.
That's fine. Like, we see it. We know when
Yeah.
it's coming.
Okay, fair enough.
The investigators must decide. Visit the Isle of Oriab to the south. Resolve Oriab's setup. Visit the ancient land of Manar to the west. Visit the Forbidden Lands to the north. Or visit the Kingdom of the Timeless Realm to the east. What do y'all think?
We're choosing.
Mm-hmm.
I like a good Forbidden Lands, but
Forbidden Lands works for me, too.
Okay.
that's where all the good stuff is. Nobody goes where it's cold. They're like, it's cold, and they don't go there, and they leave all the good stuff. So if we
Do
go
we
there
know that the Forbidden Lands are cold?
in the north, the north will be
Okay.
cold, right? The
I
north is
just
always
think
cold.
the North remembers, and I don't want to know what they remember.
You remember that the Lannisters suck.
Did we do an encounter?
Not yet.
Okay.
Each investigator uses each of their clues, and we've already done that. Remove each location and play from the game, or place it in the victory display if it has victory X and no clues on it. Each enemy and attachment at those locations is discarded. Investigators are not defeated during this process. Put each set-aside forbidden location into play.
Okay.
Illic Vad, Forbidden Lands, and Zulin Thek.
Alright, hold on.
Oh my goodness.
Illic,
Oh my goodness.
Illic Vad, Forbidden Lands, and Zulun Thek.
Uh-huh.
What do we do with your gate?
I think it just gets discarded.
Okay.
This is kind of cool. We're like jet setting around the globe here. So this is going to go here. This is going to go here.
Place each investigator at Illic Vad. Spawn the set aside Stalking Manticore enemy at Forbidden Lands.
Oh, cool.
Spawn the set aside Horde of Night enemy at Zulun Thek.
Cool.
Advance to Act 2A, Seek Out the Night.
Massive swarming. How's this swarming? What do we do to make it swarming?
One of us, not me, takes a card off the top of their deck and puts it underneath this.
Do I get to know what the card is?
Yeah.
Could have been worse.
Okay.
So, take it or leave it. Accessory.
Oh wait, massive swarming, 1 per investigator.
Ooh. That's no fun.
It's not fun at all. It's a really good card. Okay, I didn't see anything. Shit just got real.
Sorry.
My husband's elbowing me.
Okay.
Okay.
Advance to that.
This guy's got a lot of
Act
HP.
2A, Seek Out the Night.
He has a lot of HP.
From the relative safety of the fabulous city of Ilikved, you may cross the hellish and bizarre landscape of the Forbidden Lands. East of this barren and blasted landscape lie the lands which have been ravaged by the hordes of night. Objective: find and uncover as many signs of the gods in this region as you can. At the end of the round, if each investigator is at the same port location, you may move to another region by advancing this act. If the investigators have uncovered 10 signs of the gods, proceed to Resolution 1. Okay.
Hey, while you're at Ilikvad, reduce the cost of the first spell, ritual, or relic card you play each round by 1. So if you got something to play, that's the place to play it.
Each round?
Each round. Just the first, though. So if you have relics and stuff.
Oh, wait. Okay, yes. I understand now. Sorry.
Reduce it by 1?
Yes.
Relics, what did I say?
Spells.
Rituals, or relics. I guess item, tool is not a relic.
No, it says it. Okay, do we need to do our encounter now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, we're back up at the top.
Will you hand me one too, Jeremy?
We haven't done that yet?
We have not.
Can we
Oh,
pretend that we did?
Song of the Mango Bird.
Priest of 1,000 Masks.
Attached to your location. After you move out of attached location, take 1 horror. Place 1 doom on the current agenda and discard this bird. Test forehead to resist the call or
Oof.
4 fists to drive away the birds.
Oof.
Oof.
Well, this was
Okay.
the time to draw this guy. He gets... The more signs of the gods we have, he gets very nasty.
So I got the +2 shroud thing again. Question: when do we have to decide? At what point do we have to decide it's +2 shroud or we're taking the horror? Before we draw, or do we draw and then decide?
No, you have to decide before.
I like where your mind's at, Daniel.
Just saying, like.
I mean, we can do that, but honey, you're the one who wanted to institute the rule about committing cards beforehand, so...
Yeah, no,
Listen, I have issues with commitment. So.
You just haven't met the right card yet, Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Alice Luxley here is.
When you know, you know.
She's kind of alright.
Okay.
So, that guy's at our location?
He is engaged with me.
Well, I
Okay.
didn't know. You didn't notify me that you got engaged.
you're well aware.
Okay.
So
Here. Is it our turn?
Yes.
it is. I'm gonna do a thing real quick.
What is your curse, hon?
What's the skull?
1.
That's a
Minus
resounding
one.
success, and we're going to deal 1 to that guy. And
Boom.
get a clue. It's -1, so I succeeded by 2, so I get 2 clues and a resource. I've got 2 more turns, but
First things first. I'm going to punch this bird. No. First things first. I am going to... This is free because of where we are.
This is a bird?
The bird is a curse. Just give me a second. And then I am also going to pull out my Chicago typewriter. I feel like I'm going to need it.
Crystallizer of dreams, huh?
Yep. That means I gotta put this guy on my deck somewhere.
Somewhere, huh? A random location.
Okay, now I have 2 success. So this is out. And then I okay. You are coming here. I'm gonna put 2 damage on him. He only needs 1, so sweet.
Are there any terror?
Oh,
He's
okay.
done.
Are there
He's
any
done.
terror cards
you.
in play?
I don't think so.
Okay. I didn't think so either. I just...
No, we put that in the discard over there. Okay, so there's all my turds.
Well, stop me if you've heard this one before.
You're gonna pull out shriveling.
Mm-hmm. And then...
Okay, so this guy's not a hunter. This guy isn't either. Those 2 succeed by 2. Gain a resource. Gain a clue. Do we still flip locations when we get all the clues?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a free action, so we can just... The Palace of Rainbows. High above the walls of Illichavad stands the marvelous Palace of Rainbows. Its towers faceted so the sunlight forms bright rainbows when it strikes the palace each dawn. You are surprised to learn that the citizenry of Illichavad, people of all stations, and indeed even outsiders such as yourself, are free to visit the palace grounds and walk its smooth glass streets lined with fragrant gardens. You are able to meet with the king of Illichvad, who is said to know the music of the moon, and he is happy to share with you his knowledge of the dreamlands. You never ever want to leave. Each investigator at Illichvad heals 2 horror and draws 2 cards.
Don't mind if I do.
Heck yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
For my final move, I'm going to come here to the Forbidden Lands.
You go ahead and just engage with that rude dude.
Yep, I know what I'm doing.
Oh, you got Britney Spears. I see.
Ooh! Oops, I did it again.
I got my attack, so I can hit him too. Real good, in fact.
Okay, let me be clear. He has 9 health. I'm not going to be able to kill him with her.
And you have to hit him 4 times, like, punch 4 to get into that 9.
I get to use my book as my fist. So
Yeah.
Okay.
it's going to get hit
hard. Is that everybody's
Yep.
move?
So time to glow up.
Monster attack.
Oh no.
I will use Uncage the Soul to play Brittany for free. And let's see.
It's about to get serious.
Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Hopefully. Oh,
Damn.
no. That always happens. I've never gotten to use the stop hitting yourself.
I know.
Card.
I have like once. But it still stops the attack.
Question. When you... Well, hold on. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. When you... 8 is the max, right?
Cards you can have in your hand, yes.
Yeah. Do you have to draw and discard? Or
Yes.
Can you not draw?
You have to draw. Why wouldn't you draw?
If you don't want to discard.
Then just discard the card you just drew.
Drawed.
Drawed, yes.
Well, it's fine. I've got cards I can discard. But could I discard it if it was a weakness?
No.
Okay.
I think we're one behind on this, aren't we?
Laboratory assistant.
Well, we just got there.
Oh. Laboratory assistant could increase my hand size by 2. But
So can I have an encounter card? Thank you.
oh, we gotta do these.
Oh, good. I got David Hasselhoff again.
What skill do we want -2 to?
Not head.
Here. When you initiate an investigation, you must take either 1 horror or you get +2 shroud for this location. Did you do this? Did you search for clues?
Because it was sitting down there? Yeah. Sorry, I forgot to put that over there. Feet for the skill?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
So 1 more, and the doom goes forward.
So our turn?
Yeah. First things first. Yes, I have Shriveling. I am going to use it. But first, I'm going to use Magical Dynamite.
I'm glad I didn't move over there just yet.
+1. Perfect.
Okay, here. Can I have that bag? I am the resident bruiser.
So you're moving over as well?
Yes. That's going to be my first move.
So his swarm is gone, but he's still got 2 health. And I've dealt 2 damage to this guy.
Okay.
Just keep that close, because there's going to be a lot of them coming.
So 4.
4 for this guy, 2 for this guy.
Okay. Well, -4. Six, 7, and he's 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there's 3.
3 damage to this guy.
Yes. Minus 3. This is going to be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. 3 more.
Jesus.
Man, this thing right here is expensive, but it does not F around. I'm going to try to save one because we don't know what's coming up. How many more does he need?
I think that did
1.
6, 7, 8. Yeah, 1.
There's 1 more.
Okay.
0.
Okay, good. I didn't have to use something special.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say if you cannot use that.
That's what I'm saying is I want to save it. Okay, so there's the last one.
All right. Well,
That was my 4 moves.
Victory.
So you want a
Yeah.
victory display?
I was checking the forced. It's an evade thing. Okay. Well, I will.
Did any of the locations have victory? Here,
Don't
I'm
believe
looking
so.
back here.
Not where we were.
Yeah, I'm like, did any of that stuff have victory points on it? Like it's not sitting right in front of me. No, it did not. It didn't.
Okay. All those enemies are dead.
Whoa, okay. This is a wild card. Test 1 fist. If you succeed, test 2 feet. If you succeed, test 3 head. If you succeed, flip this card over. If you fail any of these tests, take 1 damage.
Okay, test what now?
1 fist, 2, then 2 feet, then 3 head. I think I might have to be the one to do that.
I can probably do this. I've got a lot of cards I can commit.
Okay. I mean, you can if. I mean, sure. I'm just saying the highest one is head, and I've got 4 base head.
Well, here's the thing. There's no clues here, and I'm not moving down here yet.
Okay.
I could and take a swing at him and do some damage, but I'm not going to kill it. So I might as well do that and try. So 1 fist. What can I commit to that? I don't have any. Oh, I do have. I could commit this to it. That's my attack card. But y'all are
This
doing
is so
fine on the
stressful.
attack.
Yeah.
So I'll commit that. Whatcha. Ooh, success. Alright.
Woo!
Now I need what? 2
2
feet?
feet.
Oh, I got feet. I got feet for days. We're gonna commit this guy to put me at 4. Surely 4's enough, right?
I'm so stressed.
Well, let me see. Hold on. Actually, this just goes in the field, and this doesn't cost an action, right? So I should do this. I
You
should
have to
this
pay
out.
for it.
Right, sure.
He's not worried about resources. He has Dr. Christopher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that'll give me another foot, so that's 5. Sure, that's enough. That is a success.
Uh-huh. That's definitely enough.
You may instead choose to automatically fail the skill test and draw 3 cards.
You don't want to do that.
Alright, and now I need head. So I've got +1, so I'm at 4.
Actually, don't have any head cards. I can commit to this for you.
5, 6. So I'm at 6. Surely.
Don't call me Shirley.
Stop saying that. God. -2.
Success. Sweet.
Oh, buddy. Okay. Oh, Daniel.
Hey, look, I trimmed down my hand.
Mm-hmm.
We succeeded. It's all good.
A shrine to the gods. Throughout these perilous and hellish lands, you are beset by nameless beasts, hazardous terrain, and creatures too bizarre to describe. Even so, you press onward in the hope that you might learn something of the gods in this forsaken place. On the third evening you spend here, you find a shrine beside a lake of fire. Tucked away among a range of volcanoes, the shrine bears a statue carved in the face of the volcanic rock, long forgotten by ancient dreamers and outsiders alike. A mark of the dreamlands gods, perhaps? You draw the statue's likeness in your journal and hope that it might hold some significance. You have uncovered a sign of the gods. Place one resource on your reference card. Shuffle one set-aside copy of Tenebrous Night Gaunt into the encounter deck if able. Flip this card back over.
That sounds bad.
Don't sound great.
He's a rude dude.
Why did that should have been a good, not a bad.
So the guy passes on to me now,
Mm-hmm.
and you get a resource.
I'm going to draw a card, because for my last turn here, I'm going to play my emergency cash.
It's a good card. I heard.
Did you?
Okay. Oh, goodness. My matcha has clearly worn off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is a long one.
It is. We were late getting started.
Cool.
It's okay.
Location furthest away from me could be either of these.
Yeah, why don't you just put him in the first one? Is he a hunter?
Do we need
No.
to kill him
He'll just sit here.
for any
So you
reason?
go in the victory display? Anything special about him?
No, he's a monster curse. When he dies, he gets shuffled back into my deck.
Put him in the timeout corner. You don't have to
Yeah,
worry.
he can just... And if we advance the thing, he doesn't really die. I think he just
Mm-hmm.
floats away. Alright, so is it time for the encounter set? Oh, wait, no, we glow up?
Mm-hmm.
Just okay. Yeah.
This guy is not.
Score! I got my flashlight.
I got dynamite.
Nice dynamite.
Excellent.
I got dynamite.
I don't want to tell you what to do, honey, but this guy is massive.
How big is he?
He's got 3 spawns underneath him.
Here's the gotcha here. So read the text on that place.
At the end of the round, add 1 swarm card to Horde of Night for each investigator in Zulin Thek.
Yeah.
Well, we're not in Zulin Thek.
We're not. I'm just saying. Once we move there, it's on. So taking out a bunch with dynamite.
I don't have 5 energy to throw at it.
Oh, okay.
Can we? Have we ever
I
decided
have
if we
2
can get
energy.
energy
Or 2 resources.
amongst investigators?
It's going to take me a second to build up.
I
the
don't
5.
think so, because I think there's a card that lets you do that.
Well,
I'm pretty sure it's a Guardian card. I think it's a card you've had.
probably.
It's okay. I've got weapons. I've got shit I can do. Oh my god! You know what else?
Something good.
I got my double, which means when I play an event, I can immediately replay the event.
Nice.
Dynamite is, in fact, an event, so I get 2 dynamites for the price of 1. You sure? Like, oh, Daniel, I'm just gonna put my hand under the table, and you can just put 3 resources in there.
Talents just go out and are out, right? They just sit out.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
They're like these, except that they're not out. They go.
Yeah, these are talents.
You
Yeah.
pull them.
That's what I thought. It's just been a minute, and yeah. Okay. Our turn, or what are we doing?
We're back up here.
Oh, so that stuff's gone down there, right?
This is, I think that has to be evaded.
Until the end of the act, so
Yeah.
I will do it next time. I will test for book or 4 feet.
Oh, that's that thing again.
Yeah.
I could do that too. You can just leave it there. But we're drawing these, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I have one?
What
Ooh!
you get? Okay, we got this thing again.
Draws 1 card, gains 1 resource, and may take an immediate action, as if it were their turn.
Prismatic phenomenon.
Oh, crap. Okay, never mind. That just gained surge. Alright, feet again. Oh, that thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I get to go ahead and take an immediate action as if it was their turn. If I move down there, is he going to hit me before I get to hit him?
No.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move down there.
Oh, with your free?
Yep.
That.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
There we go. Yeah, he won't get to do anything until the monster turn.
Okay.
But it is now our turn.
If I move down there, can I investigate before he's dead?
Why don't you just let me handle this real quick?
Okay, that too. That too.
Okay.
Not that I don't have faith that you're going to kill him.
Oh, I'm going to kill him.
You're going to roll over the...
Yeah, we put that there
Okay.
too.
There's 1.
I got something for him, even if you
Well, that's an automatic fail, so not that one.
you hit him once.
So far, twice.
Don't they get weaker as you remove them?
Yeah. So this started out as 4.
Okay, well, I mean, I still hit him. So.
Oh, it's
And
not
now
the.
it's 2.
It's not the hit points that get weaker. It's the.
It's all of it.
Okay, there's another one. But that's all I can do, I'm sorry.
Or it's all of it in that each one of these counts as a copy of this.
Oh, so yeah, total of 4 HP.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
So that's all but this last guy.
Yeah. Sorry.
Ain't no thing.
But a chicken wing.
So that's
Minus
minus
2.
2 now. It's still nothing. Nothing.
Alright, and he's gonna go over here.
Okay.
The shroud on this is 4. We don't have that thing boosting him anymore.
I'm going to get out field work, move, and investigate.
I also need to investigate here because I need to get rid of this. Just
Okay.
so you know.
Well, I will get.
I'm just saying, leave one for me.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
can
save
get
one of your
last
turns for this guy. Daniel. Test for a book before the end of the act, so before we flip that over.
Right.
You've only taken one action so far to move.
No, I played field work.
Oh, well then.
What does that mean?
That puts me. I've got one action left.
Oh.
I forgot about that guy. Because I said leave him over
So
there.
this is 2 shroud, and I'm going to use my perception.
That's alright.
Ugh.
Well, it looks like we might be here for another second anyway.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's still barely enough. And then I can get rid of this, which is really all I needed to do.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna commit a book just for safety's sake, and well, I get +2. Would I need to take him down? 4.
Ooh! Ah!
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 8, 9, 10.
Congratulations, you really evaded those Corsairs.
And then
You evaded them so hard.
Well, I played field work.
nobody evades Corsairs like Daniel.
I played field work to get +2 to anyway, whatever. One more round. That's it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So no monsters.
Blow up.
Oh, nice. Got my tarot card. Oh. Okay. Ooh,
What's yours, son?
this guy looks fun.
Oh, this thing again. Do we want to do foot again?
Yup.
Yeah.
Alright. What does alert mean?
I forget. But I should have printed one of these out.
Printed what out, Jeremy?
The Arkham Horror player aid that you can download at elevation.games.
Pretty rad.
Oh.
It has all of the keywords on it.
Oh. So, this guy's alert. He spawns at the nearest city or surface location.
This says city.
Mm-hmm. So is this.
So he spawns where we are.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, he's here. Yeah, you're gonna hit him anyways.
He does not exhaust.
So, like, if you evade him, he does not exhaust.
Correct.
That makes a lot of sense.
He
He
also
gets
does.
-3 evade for the remainder of the phase.
So, to be technical here, he spawned, engaged with me. She's gonna smack the crap out of him.
I
But,
am.
well, I'll just let you beat him up first. I'm like, at what point can I investigate?
As soon as I slap him around, he disengages with you and engages with me.
That's the way I look at it.
So the first, like we're playing Bond.
Okay. All right.
If you know, you know.
No, that's another rule I learned.
What?
No guns, just fists.
No,
Just open palm slaps!
you can punch him,
Oh, but he stays
but
engaged
if
with
you want him
Django?
to engage with you, you have to let him hit you once.
What? Okay, well, Daniel, in that case, just let me kick his tail real quick, and then you can investigate.
Well, it stinks because if I successfully investigate, I get to assign a damage to him. But It's not a huge one.
Do y'all want to take a quick break before we restart with our turns, or are y'all
Sure.
good to keep going? It's been like 2 hours
Yeah. Also,
Really?
since we started streaming.
yeah.
That doesn't count the 45 minutes that we were building decks before that. It's 9/11.
Yeah.
We also need to advance this before we do anything else.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and just put that up there so that we don't forget.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm gonna forget. Don't put the ADD kid in front of that. Alright. We're gonna take just like 5-minute, 6-minute bio break real quick, okay? Be right back.
ass.
And we're back.
Welcome back.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. No.
So, first things first.
Oh yeah, this guy.
No, not him.
We gotta advance the agenda first.
Oh, I don't want to.
Months have passed since you first set forth from Ulthar. Along the way, you have seen many fabulous places and met many strange and interesting people. Some have been helpful, giving you sage advice or pointing you in the right direction. Most, however, have regarded you with suspicion and weariness. Perhaps it is because you are a dreamer from the outside world, or perhaps it is because you are foolish and accursed enough to seek the forbidden places of the dreamlands. But it is the Corsairs who truly frighten you. Throughout your travels, you spot them pursuing you time and time again. Men of Ling, the inhabitants of the dreamlands call them. Satyr-like creatures with hooves instead of feet and great curved horns protruding from their foreheads. They sail on long black galleys with black sails. You know not why they hunt for you relentlessly, and you are not keen to find out. Shuffle both set aside Corsairs of Ling enemies into the encounter deck, along with the encounter discard pile.
Like this guy.
Wait, they're already in there.
Okay, well, we don't have to do anything.
You need like a holster for this thing.
Agents of the Outer Gods.
Here, I'll take it. I'll take it.
It's like an accordion.
Perhaps seeking Kadath is an accursed venture after all. Even so, curiosity gnaws at your mind. What proof could the resting place of the gods hold for you? If you are at a port location, resign. Venturing into the unknown has become too dangerous, so you return to the safety with the information you've gathered. We now have a threshold of 9.
Okay.
Code. Hey, girl.
And we still have only found 2 of the,
Signs of the gods.
yeah,
And we need 10.
10 of them.
This has been pretty linear so far, as these things go. Is
Okay.
all I'm gonna say, which I'm fine with, because that means y'all stay with me and don't run off and leave me with monsters.
That's not what you do to the Seeker. The nerds have to be protected at all costs. Okay, so what is his? I gotta hit
2
him for
fists,
4.
4 HP.
So I gotta hit him for 2 4 times.
Get
Yeah.
him for 2 twice. Oh, if you're hitting him
Yes.
for 1 damage apiece, yes.
2 fists, 4 times. Yes. Yes. My brain got there eventually.
I can also help with this. If
Okay.
You need to.
Well, that's
That's gonna hit, huh?
yeah, that's gonna hit hard. Place 1 bounty on bounty contracts, but I had to discard bounty contracts. So.
Not to jinx this, but we've seen a lot of stars this game.
We truly have.
Why do you do this?
Yeah, but then immediately, let me just hold on. Do you see this? This is Daniel. This is Daniel's.
What?
Okay.
What a mess.
Well, I hit him there that one time.
How could this plane flop possibly be any worse? How can it be worse than the other one?
Okay, there's the second hit.
So that's 2 hit, 2 damages.
I can finish him off if you want to save your actions.
Here's the third hit.
Or not.
Yeah, I have one job. I'm here to kick ass and eat lollipops, and I'm all out of lollipops. Or something to this effect.
Bubblegum. Rowdy Roddy.
Chew bubble gum and kick some ass.
Okay.
Yay! Goatman is dead.
See in the victory display?
Mm-mm.
Rough.
Thank you for that. Now,
Good
I'm
teamwork.
gonna investigate. Actually, wait. There's something else I was gonna do here. Yeah, I was gonna get out. all I need to do is investigate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We're also going to have to move back to Ilikved at some point
Oh, why?
because it's a dock. We can only leave from.
Oh,
dock.
this is not a dock.
Oh,
So we are gonna have to fight old buddy too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. That is a resounding success. Get resource. Get 2 clues. Also that. And that leaves me with 1 action, but go ahead.
The Crypt of Zulanthek. The greatest structure within the ruined city is its crypt. Beyond its massive stone door lies a labyrinth of lightless passages wherein sleep the dead of Zulanthek. Decaying bones of those important and inconsequential, from simple farmers and laborers to wizards, witches, and necromancers executed for practicing their magical arts. As you traverse the shrouded halls, the only signs of life you come across are a sobbing voice whose owner you cannot ever seem to find, and the scraping of claws along the inside of a sealed stone door that you dare not open. You cannot wait to leave this ominous pit, and yet you know there may be many secrets hidden within. You have uncovered a sign of the god. Place 1 scenario. Add Horde of Night to the victory display.
Okay.
Is that a location?
No idea.
At one point I had Horde of Night set aside, but I think it might be in the thing now.
The encounter.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it. Not on that part. You know what? I don't. It doesn't matter because I wasn't paying attention anyway.
Priest of Cousin Mass now.
Okay, well it's floating around here
Is
somewhere.
it one of? Oh no, that's our actual display.
Oh, it's there.
Oh.
It's already there.
Oh, that's the thing we killed.
Yeah.
That's
So
the gnarly guy that we already put in the victory display?
Yeah,
Okay.
apparently.
somehow we could have investigated this location without engaging him. Weird. Okay.
Well, someone else could have engaged him, and then
Oh right, I
Other
couldn't
people.
investigate because of Goat Man.
yeah.
Okay.
Here you go, Daniel.
Okay, but that's all there is there.
Oh, cool. Yeah, he's back.
Okay, well, I'm going to go 1, 2. Have the bag, please. -2. That's still plenty. But that is my last shriveling there. And this guy is gone.
Whoop whoop.
So I just need to go. Well.
Yes, we have to get back to the port. That's literally all that there is.
Well,
catch y'all there.
I was gonna say like maybe I should stay here depending on what we draw, but if we draw a monster, we'd rather it be here anyways because that's closer. So
Okay, so
Glow up. Speaking of, a Corsair of Lang.
oh, look at that guy.
And my shriveling is gone.
what did you get?
Corsair of Lang.
Okay. I'll be there in a second.
Well, this is problematic. Um. So we can't leave here without. So
This is done.
Yes.
attached to your location. After you move out of the attached location, take one horror, place one doom on the current agenda, and discard Song of Maga Bird.
Mm-hmm.
This effect can cause the current agenda to advance. Test for head to resist the call, or for fist to drive away the birds. If you succeed, discard the song. So,
I will evade it when I get there.
well, that's going to run you out of turns. Well,
Why? No,
you
it's not. I
you
get 4 turns.
right?
So
So,
I'll
you
go
will get a
1,
swing at that guy.
2, 3, and then can. I can.
I
at
could
least hit it
try.
once.
I could try and
Well, let
get
me-
rid of it.
Do something before either of you get here. And I'm at the city, so spells cost 1 less, right?
Yes.
Spell ritual, yeah. Storm of Spirits. Don't fail me now. Yeah, that is definitely enough. So that's 2 damage on him at least.
Okay.
What's your fist at?
7.
The best I can do is 5 head. I can try and get rid of it.
At least try. You've got 2 attempts at it, and then still be able to move into the dog.
Come on.
That's not gonna do it.
Nope. Nope.
Can you try one more time?
I'm at 4 head. I would have to have a 0 or above. I feel like that's a waste.
Okay.
I can try. I just.
I mean, I think you should try. That's just my thought.
Okay. I think you're betting too much on my star luck.
I have such faith in you. Damn, Daniel, you used up all your karma. Okay, so
It's gone.
here,
It's all
can I have
gone.
the
It's
bag,
over.
please? Okay, -2. Maga Bird is right there where Maga Bird belongs.
Indeed. I'm just gonna go ahead and hop over here with you guys.
Yeah.
You know. Hi, hurt.
Man, I don't have anything unless I hit him with my typewriter, which is kind of a waste. You want me to do that? I can. And that'll
You just-
still leave me with 1 ammo.
He just hits for 1. I can
Okay.
take a damage.
Well, there. That was a hit, so if you take that 1 damage, I'm sorry, I'll get him next time.
He took 1 though? Just 1?
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is why I waited until y'all went for my last 2 actions here.
Oh, you've got more actions?
Yeah, but
He's holding out on us over here.
2 fists. I have 2 fists.
He could have moved in there, got rid of the birds, and then moved back.
No, I
This whole
can't.
time.
I can't move while he is engaged with me.
I'm just saying. Maybe there were options.
Typical Jeremy.
Maybe draw an octopus in a -4.
I'm gonna play
I can't believe he did that to you,
my
Danielle.
Arcane Initiate. She gets a Doom on her. But I can exhaust her to draw 3 cards looking for a spell.
It's like the red turtle shell all over again.
Now we'll take and open the gate. That doesn't help a ton, but it's something. And bonus, Now he will hit. When he hits me, he's just going to kill her. Oh.
Are you sure that he doesn't want to hit me? Because I hit him last?
That got rid of the Doom, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He can kill her because she had Doom on her, so.
Okay, are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the whole point of her.
Okay. Okay, so draw a card.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. This is just getting better and better.
Oh, buddy. Will someone pass me an encounter card?
Okay. I got my weakness, which forces me to enter the bad version of my Dream Gate. And disengages me from this guy.
How do you get out of there?
I have to investigate it with a Shroud of 6.
Can I come over there?
Or if I'm in there at the end of the phase, it'll boot me out and I'll just take 2 horror. No one else can enter the Drink Gate except for me. Not that I'm trying to be gatekeepy.
Jeremy Henderson, known gatekeeper. Known gatekeeper. Okay.
I'm getting a little punchy.
I don't think I can.
Do you need a piece of cheese or something?
No.
I feel like we still have 2 locations we have to go through too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
we may have to just pause this and come back to it. Wolf. Alright, Daniel, have you resolved your encounter?
Yep.
Oh, you gotta discard an even number of words.
Yeah. Math.
Okay, so.
Well.
First things first.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit this guy one more time. Okay, he's dead. This guy is dead.
Nice.
And now I can turn my attention to this guy, my Tenebrous Night Gaunt. And in order to be successful in killing him, I am going to have to use my typewriter. Okay. 3. Okay. He's also dead. And then for my last action, I guess I should wait for y'all to see if you get out. And then, do you think you're gonna get out?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll get out one way or the other, but...
Because we all 3 have to be at that dock, right?
I'm gonna get rid of this.
Yes, we do.
I had to discard an even card.
I'm going to commit this.
I've had that one a couple of times. It sucks.
Okay. Flashlight reduces this to 4. I've got 3. plus this. Okay, that's barely enough. I did not think that was going to work out. Okay,
Buddy.
so...
Well, I'm going to spend 4 resources and get
Actually, I
out
don't get to
my
leave. I get to flip this to the good side.
fingerprint kit.
You have so many resources out. How do you have open hands?
2 hands, 1 tarot card, and 2 allies,
Oh yeah.
and 2 talents.
Okay, now this
this
is the good
has-
side. I can just leave it.
Gone really well this game.
It really has. Stacking your deck like that really seems to be working in your favor.
I literally have 8 book and a fingerprint kit to give me +1, plus a thing I can spend to get +1, plus I get +2 here. Like, when I move to a new location and I investigate, I can get 3 clues, and I have like 10 plus book.
Jeez.
So,
For my last thing, I'm going to use the cheap play a spell here to get my Rite of Seeking out.
Okay, so we're not going to escape this time.
No, we are.
Oh, I thought you said for your last move.
Well, yeah, because this doesn't require a move.
Oh, okay.
then I'm going to get a resource.
Well, we don't have 10
We don't need 10.
to flip this guy. Okay, well, in that case, I'm using my emergency cash.
So am I using clues?
No. If the investigators have uncovered 10 signs of the gods, proceed to resolution 1.
But we haven't.
Right. Objective: find and uncover as many signs of the gods in this region as you can. At the end of the round, if each investigator is at the same port location, you may move to another region by advancing this act.
Okay.
Oh,
So smoke them if you got them.
so okay. So now we're going to a new spot. The goal here is to get 10
Yes.
total.
But first, we got to get to the bottom of the round, so glow up. And now we can choose. I need the thing again, hon. Thank you. We can go to Oriab, Manar, or the Timeless Realm.
Oriab.
Oriab sounds good to me.
Oh, that was the one on top here. The Isle of Oriab.
Do any of these have victory on them? Nope.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Each investigator loses each of their clues.
What?
Remove each location and play from the game, or place it in the victory display. Each enemy and attachment is discarded. Investigators are not defeated. Put the set-aside Oriab location into play. Baharna, Mount Nagranic, and Nameless Ruins.
No, I think it's just Granic. Granic. The N is silent.
Okay, sure.
Where do these old locations go?
They're removed from the game.
These. Where does everybody start? Nameless Ruins.
Investigators. Oh, wait.
We start,
Place each investigator at
Barna.
Kind of keep with the theme here.
Mm-hmm.
So wait, we can go from here to here.
It would appear so.
I don't think we could do that on the previous ones.
We couldn't.
Search the encounter deck for one copy of Night Riders and spawn it at Mount Granick. If there are 3 or 4 investigators in the game, search the encounter deck for another copy of Night Riders and spawn it at Nameless Ruins as well. Shuffle the encounter deck.
Night Riders?
Mm-hmm. A little kit car.
Mm-hmm. To the south lies the small but thriving volcanic island of Oriab, dominated by the dormant volcano Granick. The Bay of Baharna, marked by twin lighthouses, Thon and Thal, overlooks the Southern Sea. Find and uncover as many signs of the gods as you can.
Did we even uncover a sign of the god in the last one?
Yeah.
So,
2
hey,
of them.
shuffle that whole thing together. Yep.
We need cards for this. For the swarming.
Is it one each?
It is
Just one.
one for each of them, but not one each of us. So I
I got one.
chip in one. Oh man, I like that card.
I'm about to
try that card.
burn through my deck.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this would not be the scenario I would be excited about playing when my weakness was you die.
Mm-hmm.
If you go through your whole deck, you're dead.
Oh wow, yeah, that would have been bad.
That's why I get nervous when it tells you to record stuff in the campaign log. I'm like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
So do we go ahead and flip this out? Or we can't flip it over until we read the clues, right? Can I exit the room?
Well,
What do you
so
mean? This?
Yeah, can I leave?
Yes, but we're at the top of the round, so
yeah, we just ended our turn.
we have to do these
okay.
things. Priest of 1,000 Masks.
Oh boy.
Holy moly. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, well, this is about as bad as it could be.
What happened, Jeremy?
I've got this guy. Daniel has that thing. And I don't know what you have over here.
I gotta get a clue.
Oh, these are out of the game.
Oh, you need to successfully investigate?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Well,
so those two guys are in the room with us?
Mhm.
yes. This guy is 4 Hunter, Tenebrous, Night Gaunt.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Can y'all evade?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can you evade?
He's 1
Mhm.
foot.
Okay. That's what I'm gonna need y'all to do real quick. And
Are
I'm just
you
gonna
about
kill
to
him
throw dynamite?
twice.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we're going to run into these guys.
I'll be there in a
Nope.
second.
I mean, maybe you will. I'm like Bugs Bunny. I've got that hole that I just like... And now I'm not there anymore.
Or Daniel, if you have someone that you can put 3 hits on or 6 hits on, then you can stay there.
No,
Okay.
not really.
Unfortunately, no one else can go in my hole. So...
Okay.
Leave that alone. Direct damage to an ally asset you control. Eee, that's bad. I can't do that. These guys are gonna attack, right?
You can... Well, no. I was going to say you can evade them, but...
Well, here's the problem.
Yes, you can. So, here's the thing. If you were to move to one of these, you would have to evade 5. But if you could do that, this guy goes away. He doesn't. You don't just exhaust him. He actually leaves play if you evade him.
I can't even get in the neighborhood of that.
Or if you killed one of them, then his foot is 2.
Well, the thing is, I can't move there and investigate. So I can't really do damage to him. If I can move there and investigate, that changes things. What's the forced down here? After you enter Mount, discover one or more clues. If the investigators have not obtained supplies from Baharna, test 3 fists or 3 feet. If you fail, lose your remaining actions and immediately end your turn. Neither of these are good.
Are you going to get hit by the dynamite you're about to throw?
No, because I'm going to move.
Okay. Well, if you're going to move...
Yep.
Then why don't you go ahead and do that?
Okay.
Because then this thing will
Be engaged with me.
be engaged with you, and
Okay.
Daniel could move over there without having to worry about it.
Okay. The first thing I'm going to do is investigate, though.
Is that okay?
Yep, that's fine with me. But hold on.
Because you can still throw dynamite even if that guy's engaged with you.
Oh, suck it, Trebek. Okay. So there's 1, 2. What does it say when you go in the room?
At the end of the turn, ally takes 1 damage.
Okay.
Every turn.
I'm not planning on staying here for long.
Me either. Okay, so then I'm going to move here. I'm going to investigate. Please. Thank you. Actually, wait. Let's commit that. That's 2 overwhelming success. So I'm going to get a resource for 1 clue. I'm going to exhaust and deal 1 damage to that thing.
So its swarm is gone. It's your discard pile.
I'm going to also, you get +2. I'm going to get another clue. And yes, I was going to exhaust that to get the additional clue. Boom. That gives me 2 more resources. And that.
Okay. You can still throw dynamite, but since he cleared the clues off of this, what remains of Tyria? The ruins of this settlement are vast, but it is the caverns that lie beneath that draw your interest. Deep underground, you become lost in a forbidden maze of wildly complex corridors impossible to map. For days, you scour the maze, unable to find the path to its core. Finally, you notice a dark shape, like a hazy shadow, watching you from around a corner. You pursue it until it leads you to a tomb in the center of the gargantuan cavern,
Here.
surrounded by
Daniel.
ancient tapestries,
Oh, here.
depicting the once great kingdom
Wait,
of
okay.
Tyria.
Try that one.
There you go, everybody. That's my view. I don't know if you can see it very well.
And one of them has definitely hit the camera. That you can see it very clearly. That's hilarious.
Need to
Okay.
plug in the puppy cam again. You wonder about the intentions of the shadow that led you here. Was it aiding you or manipulating you? You record the story of Tyria's fall before fleeing to the surface. You have no wish to stay any longer. You have uncovered a sign of the gods.
Yay!
Oh,
Okay.
right. I also get to do this. Draw top 3. Ooh.
You also get to pass him.
Right. I'm gonna try and complete this thing. We're gonna see how this goes. I kind of want the magnifying glass, but I think I've got enough book at the moment. I think I've got enough book.
You have a lot of book.
Alright, so I want a resource. Right? Yeah. Just keep round robin him.
Please throw your dynamite.
Twice.
Do you not need this?
No.
Oh, it just hits. Okay.
For 6.
6 for a piece?
It does 6 damage. Well, it does 3, but I did it twice. So he's dead. And he's dead.
6 to everything in there.
Including y'all. If y'all are in there.
Sure. Yeah, that would have killed me. For sure.
Well, I was like, Daniel, you can stay. You don't have to go home.
I like to think that my character was just standing there and Jeremy's character just went shoop. Like, where's he going?
Okay, so I still have 1 move left. I'm gonna attack this Knight Rider. Can I have the bag, please?
Yes, I know you're there. I know you're there.
Okay. Knight Rider is dead. Unfortunately, my Chicago typewriter fought a good fight. It is also dead.
Thank you, baby. You cleaned the house.
R.I.P.
Well, since I can move back out here now, I'm going to use my last turn to perform a rite of seeking.
And I guess this force still takes effect, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have an ally asset that needs to take a damage?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can put one on Leo.
That's a success.
I don't know that will ever be an issue, but
And what is that from?
the force here. At the end of each turn, an ally you control takes 1 damage. Which is why I don't need to be staying here very long.
I'm not going to trigger that one yet. You guys should come back here.
I can't do anything.
I know. Next turn.
Okay.
That's all of us. So the monsters are all dead, thanks to Wendy.
Thanks to all of us. There was a lot of teamwork that went into that.
You put teamwork on you involved me vanishing, but you're welcome.
And getting clues. With the Shroud of 5. Like, come on.
Alright. Oh, good.
Oh.
Feet.
Oh, cool. Am I
There
in
was
a
just
city?
another one of those right in there, huh?
Where's the city? Did you get a Corsair of Lane? Me too. Where's the nearest city
Oh,
from where me and Daniel are?
where I am.
This is not good. I'm trapped here.
Okay, no, here, this goes here. It doesn't go there with you. It goes
Oh.
here.
It spawns at the nearest city,
Oh.
which is Baharna.
Oh. Okay. I was about to be sad because I was going to lose somebody. Okay. That's okay. Well.
Okay, Doom. 3 of 9.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, it's back up to us.
Mm-hmm.
I'm moving in here with Jeremy.
Well, hold on. You don't have to. I can get away from that and leave those guys there. If that's what we want to do. If y'all would rather come down here.
What does the other side of that card say? Are we allowed to know?
There's... Okay, so look, there's clearly a pattern here.
Okay.
The port that you land in gives you something good, but it doesn't give you one of these. These two do.
Okay. So why are we moving back to the port and not moving down to this one to get that thing?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
if
so
that's what y'all want to do.
That is what I think we should do, and then we can come back to the port and just
Okay.
leave those guys.
So I'm going to exhaust my box again.
Oops.
And go... Shunk. And these guys will just be sitting here.
You're coming down here.
And you still have to deal with this guy, but...
I'm not worried about that guy.
Those Corsairs are not hunters? No, they are not.
Now, what's the forced on this? Because it's weird. Okay. After you enter Mount Granick or discover one or more clues at Mount Granick, if the investigators have not obtained supplies from Baharna,
Yeah. If we had flipped that, we would have gotten supplies from Barharna.
test feet or fist. If you fail, lose your remaining actions and immediately end your turn. So, actually, we should have got... It doesn't matter. We'll be fine.
Well,
Yeah, what feet or fist? 3?
Is that each of us has to test that?
No. After you enter Mount Negranic or discover one or more clues, I guess it is. We each have to test it coming in there.
okay. Here, I'll take... You stay where you are, Daniel. Here, I'll take the bag, please.
Well, I need to get in there and get the clues.
Okay. I got the thing, so I can now kill this guy, right?
Uh-huh.
Ooh, nice. There's one. What is this?
-2.
Oh, okay. Well, he's dead. All around.
Okay. So, if I go there and I get the clues, I'll have to test 3 feet.
Feet right now are getting -2.
Oh. Crap. Well, if I fail, what does it do? I just lose all my actions.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, who cares? All right.
Okay.
Well, actually, hold on. Let's get this out. So I get +3 shroud from this. I'm also going to use this.
And I'd like to have some more dynamite.
And okay. So I moved. I played that. Okay, so this is my last action. Okay, yeah, so it doesn't matter anyways. What am I at? We're at 6 shroud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. No. 6, 7.
We need to
Pause.
pause.
Okay.
I was just doing some math in my head. We have to go to every single one of these places.
Yeah, no joke.
6.
So that means we have to do 2 more of these, at least.
I'm at 12.
Okay.
That's still a success.
Definitely got our money's worth for entertainment hours out of this one.
Yeah, this is actually too long, perhaps.
2. Alright.
I like it. I'm having fun with it, but yeah. It's dragging on.
So that's 1, 2, 3. Record in the campaign log
Okay.
You have identified the stone. And
You have identified the stone.
We can also retire, but I don't know if y'all want to do that.
I don't want to retire. I'm having fun. I'm just tired.
yeah,
no,
my
I know.
character is stacked right now. Like, it's ridiculous. I could technically move to a new location and get 4 clues in one action with like 15 book at this point. It's disgusting.
Okay, so I think Jeremy is making a call. We've still got 2 locations we have to do.
Yeah, we've got.
Once we finish this one.
Do we want to read this?
I can. Yeah, I mean, this is going to give us another sign.
Yeah.
Okay.
As you begin your perilous climb, you realize that you are the only ones who dare to scale the mountain. Although woodsmen and lava gatherers explore its lower slopes, few brave the cliffs higher up on the northern face, and certainly none along the southern face of the mountain, which cannot be seen from the city below. You eventually reach a valley of still lava, solid as rock. At the far end, a twisting, narrow path ascends the southern slope. When you reach the top, you find that you have been searching for. A face carved into the side of the mountain, hundreds of feet tall. The face of one of the great ones, or so it is told. You have uncovered a sign of the gods.
That's great.
Tenebrous Night Gaunt is already in there, so up yours.
Oh no, there's another one.
Oh.
Yay.
Okay. Well, it says shuffle it in.
Join the party.
You just put him in the discard. Yep. Okay, so we will get this set back up and pick up where we left off soon. Maybe next week, maybe sooner than that. We'll find out.
Yeah, this is the first time we've ever broken in the middle like this, but this one is...
This is the first time since we got our game table that I wish we got the topper.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. We will get this back on the table very quickly to continue on with this scenario.
Thanks for watching, everybody. If you like
Yes.
this, follow us here. Go check out our YouTube channel. We'll definitely have more of this. This specifically. Because it is the scenario that will not end.
Absolutely. If you haven't already, go to our website, elevation.games, and sign up for our newsletter. Sign up to get our Arkham cheat sheet or player guide. Lots of goodies on there, all free for your taking, and we will see you next time.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
At Ruins of Ib. And advance to Act 2A, The Doom That Came Before.
Do you want to read this, Daniel? You read the front, right?
Yeah.
The new act?
Yeah.
This side? I've never read it.
Yeah. Yes.
The front.
This is that's if you exhaust. Okay, yeah. Or retire. Yeah, the front. Yes, that's
Okay,
the
the ancient fabled land of Minar is one of the oldest regions in the Dreamlands, where wandering nomadic tribes settled city-states that grew in size and power over untold ages until they became the metropolises that stand today. Objective: find and recover as many signs of the gods in this region as you can. At the end of this round, if each investigator is at the same port location, you may move to another region by advancing this act. Objective: if the investigators have uncovered 10 signs of gods, R1.
Okay. Yeah, I realized I kept saying the front, the front. If you've never seen one, you have no idea which side is the front. Don't you like being set up for success like that?
On a boat. There we go.
So, Shroud of 5 on this one.
Cool.
3 clues. For 3 actions, so your entire turn, except for you, you can draw 5 cards.
Dang.
It is said that the history of this land is written upon the famed cylinders of this ancient city. Great brick pillars that rise into the sky, studied by sages, sorcerers, and scholars alike. Perhaps here you can find answers.
A couple questions. First, do clues go on these now?
Yes.
Because they're
Yes, because these don't have a...
Okay.
No, you're right. Normally they wouldn't, because we would reveal them, but this one's weird.
Well, it's important because there are skills I have that let me pick up clues from connecting locations.
Yes.
Okay.
Are they all connected?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a monster that has spawned down here.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Prey, investigator at ruins location only.
That's where he's at.
Oh, okay. And then he is aloof, he is a hunter, and he is a swarming 1 per investigator. Oh, you lucky son of a gun. Okay. I'm glad that Daniel's good luck Chuck is restarting. Oh, Mr. Rook. Oh, sorry, I guess I shouldn't look at him.
It doesn't matter.
Okay,
I'm going to be recycling my deck in a minute anyway.
during the enemy attack step of the enemy phase, instead of attacking its engaged investigator, Beings of Ib attacks each investigator at its location, even if it is unengaged.
Oh, so it's like a massive enemy.
So, follow-up question. Field work. After you move to a location, if that location has at least 1 clue on it,
Does this count?
have I moved?
Valid questions, D.
I think that one's up to you. I could make an argument either way, and I guarantee you that this is such a specific situation because of this scenario that that's not something I could easily look up in the reference guide.
Correct.
I feel like I moved.
I have
feel
a
like you
feeling
moved too.
I have a feeling I could look up a Reddit thread where people will have lots of opinions, but I doubt there's going to be any official guidance on that one, so...
Okay, I have a question for the rules judge, too.
Really?
How do talents work?
The rules judge.
If I pull out a talent, does it just stay with me forever?
I mean, not forever, but for
for-
the rest of this,
Okay.
yes.
Man, I feel like Daniel with all of my cards out here.
Yeah.
Okay, so for my first move, in that case, I'm pulling out a talent. My lone wolf. When your turn begins, if there are no other investigators at your location, gain 1 resource.
So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play this. I'm going to search my bonded cards for this. Bonded, in essence, a dream would enter your discard pile, shuffle into your deck, and
Seriously?
Essence.
There's like a whole open side of the table over there that you could crawl
Don't talk
under.
to Daniel like that.
I'm going to commit this to the skill test I'm about to do. I'm going to spend 1 of these. So that puts me at 1, 2, 3, 4,
I'm waving a white
5,
flag.
6, 7, 8, 9, 13.
Do a little
She's
light
not enjoying
dusting.
this.
Do a little light dusting. Oh, is she not?
Oh, she's trying to get to it and she can't.
Are you kidding me?
Oh no! So she's gonna get under the table and chase her tail. Cool.
Man, that stinks. Well, okay.
That thing is always a possibility.
Yeah, well, I was gonna get another thing for bonded card.
I mean, it's like a 1 in 20 chance or something, but it's in there.
Yeah. So what was that? 1, 2. I got 1 more move, so I'll go ahead and commit this.
Wait. We didn't draw.
Oh, shoot! Conveniently, we forgot.
Mm-hmm.
So before we go any further...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we have to do that. Well, okay.
Yeah,
We-
it's not.
we're at the top of the round.
Okay.
I also need to do this. Oh, goody!
Oh, this guy. Awesome. Well, he's extra nasty now.
Okay.
Well,
Who is he and what does he do? He looks like Guy Fawkes.
Priest of 1,000 Masks. We have 4 or more.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have 6 yet, right?
No, we have 5.
He gets plus 2 health.
Okay. So I hit him 4 times?
I think these are cumulative, so he's got 3 fist, 3 foot, and 4 health now.
Okay. I can handle that.
Did either of you draw a treachery?
yes.
No.
It is a non-weakness treachery card.
It is a non-weakness treachery card.
How bad is it?
Well,
Is it worth burning a ward of protection on?
I don't. Here's the thing: is I'm trying to figure out if that would have messed up what I just did. Even though what I just did failed.
I mean, you drew a tentacle, so there's no way.
There's...
Like, you would have failed no matter what.
Yeah, there's no coming back from that.
Right, but if I had this in my hand, would I, like, I'm trying to figure out if that's what I would have done. I can't play
You
certain
can't
types
change
of
it now.
cards.
Yeah. Just
You can't change what we've already done.
I mean,
just
just
go
count
forward.
it
fair.
as an action, and you've got 2 left.
Well, I've got 1 left.
So I've got Whispers of the Hypnos. Again, do we want to say minus 2 feet?
Sure.
Okay.
Unless he needs them for something.
Daniel, would you rather me drop off feet or books?
No, feet's fine.
Okay.
Again,
Alright.
I can cancel it.
Why don't you just cancel Daniel's thing?
No, it's not that bad. I just gotta discard an even card at some point.
Ugh, an even worded card?
No, even resource cost.
Oh, okay.
Is
0 an even number?
That's a good question because I got 2 zeros in my hand.
Hey Siri, is 0 an even number?
Here's an answer from factmonster.com. 0 is considered an even number.
Boom!
Monster.
I don't know about y'all, but Fact Monster sounds like a very reliable internet source.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Citation, please.
okay.
Factmonster.com.
We're gonna proceed with what I was gonna do anyways. We're gonna do this. So this stays out after the supplies are gone, right?
Yes, it does.
Is that a discard?
Yeah, it
if,
is.
Yes, if you intentionally discard it, yes.
Okay.
Because that's the only way to get rid of it is to intentionally
Alright,
discard
well,
it.
that's the next turn thing anyway. So I'm still gonna do my final action as an investigate there.
Unless it says discard from your hand specifically.
No. Wait.
If it just says discard, then yes. If it says hand, then no.
Can you hit him again, please?
In his flu shot?
Yes.
I mean, dude, hand. This is your hand. This is not your hand.
This is a hand of
Uh-huh.
cards within the hand's reach. Whatever.
So last night at happy hour, one of the gals that was sitting there was talking about how much she loves playing Carcassonne. But how mad she gets at her husband when they're playing. I'm like, I've played Carcassonne one time, and for the safety of my husband, we never played it again. And she was like, what? I was like, well, we just kept put stuff on my stuff. And I started getting mad all over again.
You also just hated it.
I don't know if I've actively hated a game that much
You have
ever
not.
in my life.
I can tell you as a third-party observer, that is the game that you hate the most.
But it made me want to punch you in the arm so bad.
The only thing that comes close is Tiny Epic Dungeons.
Man, and I like Tiny Epic Dungeons, but I did not like Tiny Epic Dungeons when I was tired.
Oh, did this guy spawn?
Yes.
Okay, he's going to take a damage then. Yeah.
Great.
Sweet.
He's got 3 more to go.
Okay, okay. So is it
3
my
more?
turn now?
Yeah. He's powered up because of all this science we have.
Well, I can flip this, right?
Yes.
Do we want to do that?
It's a free action. So, yes. There's no reason not to.
Okay, go ahead. And then
There's
I'll
not.
take my turn.
There hasn't been a single bad one yet. So.
You study the pillars within Kadathron? Anyway. For many hours,
Kadathron?
losing yourself in the vast storied histories of the dreamlands. What was first a focused search for the whereabouts of the castle of the gods soon becomes an obsession with all things inscribed upon the cylinders. Hours, days, weeks, who knows how much time you lose to your research. Though you learn much, the time you spend here is a boon to those who pursue you. You are only able to pry yourself free from the cylinders when you feel the ominous gaze of something sinister watching you from afar. You have uncovered a sign of the gods. Place 1 resource on the scenario reference card.
We need those.
Shuffle 1 set-aside copy of Tenebrous Nightgaunt into the encounter deck if able.
They're all in there.
We are not able.
Yeah, see, so that was 100% good because the night gaunts are already in there.
Okay, so will you hand me the bag?
Yes.
I'm gonna just wind up my old arm here.
Okay.
I gotta hit him for 4.
3.
I gotta hit him for 3
He's
three
got
times.
3 fists, yes. And he has
Okay.
3 health currently.
-2, so I've got 5. -2, so that's gonna leave me with 3. 4, 5. 5. Okay, good.
That's plenty.
That puts 2 damage. Well, I have to count it because if I have plus, then I get a plus. Okay.
Have a giant fuzzy foot warmer.
So do I. Congratulations.
So do I. Nobody here is special.
1 more HP. and
Okay.
He's done.
I got this. Let me wind up the old fist again. Like, pop, pop, pop. That's how you fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh! Boo. Okay, well, I
Remember
still
when
got 1 more
we-
move.
Drew the star so many times this, like, when we started this.
You used it up. Yeah, this is what happens every time. This is why I don't put it back in.
Okay.
Because
Take
you
your
always
jammy
draw.
rolls.
You always draw the same thing immediately.
What does the tableau do?
-2.
Okay, well, he's dead. And I'm out of turns. No, I've still got 1 turn left. No, I'm out of turns. There you go.
I know that's breaking the rules. I don't care. I do the same thing with the star.
That's some
I don't put
bullshit.
a star
Yeah,
back in.
okay.
I don't know what it is about the
It's our
bag,
house. We
but
can.
you literally, whatever it is you draw the first time, you are 90% guaranteed to draw it.
Oh wait,
immediately.
Daniel, you have Virgil now, and I get. Okay,
Cool.
a card.
What's up, Virgil?
Yes. Yeah.
But yet, this isn't considered hand.
It is not.
Okay.
It is by definition not part of your hand because you have played those cards.
Okay.
I'm going to use my flashlight. I think you've used all of your turns, right?
You're the only one left.
Yes, I've used all of
Yeah,
them.
actually, I might just use my Rite of Seeking instead then, because lowering the shroud isn't going to help anybody else. Using head instead of book. Okay. Can I have the bag, please?
Nope.
That's what
2.
Jeremy, what's your book value?
3. And I will use my flashlight for this last one. Oh God.
Woof.
Yeah, no, that's a fail. Okay. Well, I got rid of 2 of them. Huh. After you successfully investigate Sarnath by 1 or less, take 1 horror. But that didn't happen. I blew way past it and then just failed, so. Also, this cannot be flipped over until the investigators know what happened to Ib. So I guess we need to go here.
Okay. Yeah, that's going to be my next thing, is to go down there and just start murdering everything moving.
Yeah, so this guy's aloof, so he won't move. So we can glow up.
Oh, this is great.
Thank you. We can go ahead and discard this one. Oh, I got the MAGA bird.
I got prismatic phenomenon.
What does that mean?
It makes all my actions cost more until I successfully investigate somewhere.
Well, the good news is you got a low shroud there. What did you say your book was? 3? Do you have buffers?
Actually, what's yours, Daniel? Is it another secret? Okay, well if it's a secret I can't help you.
It's a treachery.
Man, remember in the last one those cards that had Dolores Umbridge on them? She would just hop in your hand and suck your soul out. And Daniel, she loved coming into your hand.
Okay, this is upgraded, so I can affect any investigator at any location. So cancel yours.
Cancel the MAGA bird?
Uh-huh, and then I'm going to cancel mine.
Okay,
I'll take
are you
2
sure?
horror for that, but I can heal it.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, because I could have punched... I delight in punching MAGA birds.
If it's a peril, which I think those are,
Treachery.
but does it say peril underneath it?
Terror.
Okay. Maybe I can cancel those.
Okay. And, Doom.
Yes.
So now we are at 6 of 9.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm gonna go first if that's okay with you, Chapos.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna hop down here. I am going to engage with the beings of Ib. So I have to hit it for 4 times, right?
Yes, each of these is a copy, basically.
Okay.
So you gotta get through 4 of those guys.
-1, no problem. No problem.
Oh, that's yours. Discard.
It's my card with Andrew Jackson on it.
Mm-hmm. Yikes. After you reveal a skull or cultist token while investigating ruins of Ib, discard an asset you control.
Here you go, D. Okay, so now for my third move, I am going to punch him again. Tableau says what?
-2.
Here you go, love. This victory display is getting hot. Okay, so now... Oh, and what does this say?
After... For here, if you reveal a skull or a cultist token while investigating, you have to discard an asset you control.
Okay. I got assets.
I'll come down here too.
I'm going to investigate with my last turn. +1! Oh, boy!
Nice. Well, okay.
I can get those last two.
I mean, I can get those in one action.
So can I.
Can you get this one?
I can get... in fact, I can... Well, hold on.
I mean, I can stay here.
I'm
I
just
just-
saying the 3 shroud is harder to overcome
You've
than
got
a
2
1.
things in there, so I don't know what you need to do. Is what I'm
Well,
saying.
I was about to say I could get that one as well, but I can't. So...
Can you just get that one?
I mean, I can get that one easy. I can get any of these easy. If you can get those 2, I'll go here.
Can you
and
get them
that one.
both?
I can't get them both. Well, I can get both of these, yes.
That's what I mean.
Yes.
Okay, so you move down here, you get both of those. Daniel can get the one with the higher shroud, and then maybe discard one of these cards? Oh, no. Secrets are not fun, Daniel.
-2, that's...
Yeah.
That's oh, I
Can't
forgot
get a
to
ring light over on the dog.
get rid of my clues when we moved last time.
That's a success.
Okay, but you can't flip
Oh, I
that one
forgot
yet
to get resources.
until we do this.
3. Yes.
It is said that the people of Sarnath were the ones who destroyed the city of Ib thousands of years ago. From what you can gather, the inhabitants of Ib had committed no crime other than possessing a disturbing appearance and carving strange sculptures upon the gray monoliths within their city. However, the retribution Sarnath faced was far greater than their own sin. Even now, long after the destruction of Ib, creatures resembling the city's inhabitants still haunt the nameless lake, hunting down intruders like the warriors of Sarnath who destroyed their civilization so long ago. Intruders such as yourself. Remember that the investigators know what happened to Ib. Flip this card back over.
Okay.
So for my last turn, you're okay down here by yourself, honey?
Yeah, I'm totally fine.
Okay, so I'm going to move back up here just in case there's something. Not that, I mean, I'm out of actions at that point, but at least there's 2 of us there then.
It doesn't take an action to flip this, right?
It does not.
Although the city-state was founded ages ago and stood for over 1,000 years, it is no more. The tales tell of a single night in which Sarnath fell. Now very little of it remains, only the vast marsh, where the city once stood tall and proud. Among the ruins you find no standing buildings, but rubble of marble, brick, and Chalcedony?
Sure.
I don't know. That's a word I've never seen before. But as you approach the remains, lightning splits the sky. There is a blinding flash. As you blink your eyes, everything changes. Where before no city stood, now there looms a ghostly image of Sarnath as it once was. Near the lake, where the lightning struck, you find curious and ancient idol of green stone. It is coated with seaweed and chiseled in the likeness of the great water lizard, one of the gods of this realm, perhaps. You have uncovered a sign of the gods. Place 1 resource, blah, 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 blah.
Did this one have a sign of the gods on it?
It did not. But we had to go there before we could flip that one.
So now we have 7. No monsters. Is everybody out of turns?
Nope. So,
Okay.
okay. discard from
Boy,
your hand.
I hope this last place we go has one in every location.
There might be one under that one.
Under what one? We flipped that one.
I thought we couldn't flip it until we went here.
This one.
That one. Yeah.
Already.
We flipped all of these.
Yeah, I already flipped that one. I just saw it.
Oh, I thought you couldn't flip that one till this one was flipped.
But remember, we didn't flip that last dock, and it could have had one.
I looked at it briefly. I'm pretty sure it didn't.
Okay.
The Dilathleen.
Uh-huh.
No, it started with a B.
Okay, so I didn't get that one. It's still over there somewhere.
No, Baranath. Oh, it was it's in Victory. All those locations are in Victory. Think it started with a B.
Yeah. It didn't.
Okay. Well, guess we'll find out. Question. An action is an action. An arrow, you can't enact an arrow
Mm-hmm.
like...
A free action is the little lightning bolt.
Right, but I can't let's say I discarded a card, but it met the requirements for both of these. That doesn't work because it's an action per card. So I effectively have to discard 2 cards.
Yes.
Okay. Alright. Well, man, this stinks. This was a good card too. How about
What happens if we
discard
cross this threshold? Do we die? Do we lose?
I don't know. We flip that over.
We're gonna discard that card.
Yay! Well, I've got some bad news, boys.
I know we're getting close on it.
How can we possibly fail this? Like, I feel like this is...
Because we've got 9 Doom on this before it advances, and we've got 7 on it right now.
But we haven't been moving slow. That's the thing.
We've just gone a lot of places. So, like...
But how would you possibly get 10 before that reaches that? Like,
maybe it won't kill us.
Yeah, I mean,
We've never done it before, I don't think.
we'll keep going, see what happens. It's just weird.
It is weird.
That's all my moves.
Daniel, I thought that was your phone vibrating, but it's the dog.
Yes, the dog is vibrating. Would you like to take this call?
Is it her snoot or her butt?
She is just...
Oh, wait, is it Dakota? Sounds like Dakota.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah. Just send her to voicemail.
Okay. Have you done everything we need to do?
Yep, that's everything I need to do.
Okay. So there are no monsters currently.
Is discarding this an action?
So here's the thing with those. Typically you can't just discard them. What you want to do is play another hand asset, and then it forces you to get rid of that and replace it.
Okay, that's what I was looking like.
Yeah.
Because yes, that's what I intend to do. But I'm like, do I have to discard before I do that? That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. You don't discard them. You just overwrite them essentially.
Got it. All right. Glow up.
Yes.
No monsters.
No monsters.
Okay. Resources falling out there. Ooh.
Wendy likes whatever she just drew.
I have an embarrassment of allies in my hand right now. I need some charisma.
It's a good card.
Some charisma, huh?
Yeah, dude. That's how you say it, isn't it?
Like chorizo.
Exactly like chorizo.
Yeah. Like eat a bunch of chorizo and you get charisma.
That's what I've always heard.
Uh-oh.
If you enjoy that kind of nonsense, big announcement, we're signed up for Extra Life, so tune in a week from Sunday, and you'll get to hear, like, 8 straight hours of that.
That sounds delightful, if you ask me. So that's on the 13th, right?
It is.
And what is Extra Life, Jeremy?
If you are not familiar, you're watching Twitch, so you probably are, but if you are not familiar, Extra Life is a fundraiser, raising funds for Children's Miracle Network hospitals across the country. We are on Team Giant Bomb. And I believe the funds that we're raising personally will be going towards,
our local children's hospital, T.C.
Yes.
Thompson's.
Mm-hmm. We'll have some more to say about that soon. I literally just signed us up for it yesterday. But
Yeah, we got some fun stuff in store for that day.
yeah, we do.
We've got some solo gaming. We've got some new games in to play.
Oh, this has Surge.
Break the seal.
I'm staring at this and just not absorbing.
Well,
Oh, cool.
please attach this to the current act.
We have 2 of those bad boys.
Great. Well, I guess I know what I'm doing.
Okay,
this
so
turn.
attach hunted by Corsairs to the current act. When the act advances,
Which it's about to do.
each investigator takes 2 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Attached act gains test 4 book to outwit the Corsairs or 4 foot to sneak past them.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Okay, and we don't all have to do that.
No, just one person.
Thank God for Daniel.
Alright.
We all need to move back to the port.
Well, I'm going to get rid of those guys first.
Okay.
In case I fail,
Okay.
I'll have an extra turn.
Oh, because you haven't moved.
Yes.
Okay.
And it would have to be... I'm not going to say it. Okay. What is that?
-9, -8.
8? Use that. Hold on. -8.
Yeah.
No, wait, -7. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong row.
2, 3, 4. So 7,
7.
How much book do you have?
6, 7. Because I can spend as many resources as I want on this talent, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's a pass. I have a lot of book. I have more in my hand.
You nerd.
And I keep getting resources, so might as well spend them.
So I'm not gonna say why, but I'm discarding this card from my hand.
Did we
Once you satisfy the requirements, you can say what it was.
did we find a sign of the gods after I took this dude?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, so you should have. Yep.
Should I draw or should I take a resource? I'll take a take a resource because I may have to spend it.
Like my pathetic little tableau here as as compared to y'all's.
So
I've never had this many cards in my hand. This is my hand, but I've never had this many cards like.
It's because this is
Ow.
taking so long.
do I have to do this before the skill test?
Yes. If you're committing it to a skill test, yes.
No, but he's not.
Oh, okay.
Because this is a weird. This is an
Is it
asset.
hyper awareness?
Because it's like it's a lightning thing, so I can do it at any time.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Because that's literally what I'm using
Yes.
it for.
If you're committing these, yes, but that particular card, I'm pretty sure you can just spend.
just pay to.
It's designed to spend your way out of the problem.
Okay, good. All right, and Okay. That's a goner.
That would be a success right there.
That's a very success. Okay. I kind of wish this guy's star effect was better, but it's fine.
Yeah, my guy, same. There are times where that star effect really, is just going to be
Well,
bah! But, if you are not sitting on that, perfect case scenario, then I can pull blue stars all day, and it's just kind of
well, this one especially, +2, you may instead choose to automatically fail this skill test and draw 3 cards. In what scenario, in what world, would I choose to fail a skill test to get 3 cards?
If you needed the cards.
Possibly, but I feel like that's going to be a very, very rare scenario. So I just don't see that ever getting used.
If you are investigating and there's not really much else going on.
Maybe.
How's your horror?
Full.
Okay, well.
Shitty.
I'll
But
spend,
full.
I'm going to spend both of these on myself then.
Okay.
And get myself back.
So Daniel, you got rid of both of the Corsairs, right? Okay, so I've got 3 turns left, so I'm going to move up here with you, Chapos, for my second one. Do I have to use all my turns before we move?
Yes, because we can't move until the end of the round.
Okay. So I'm going to just go ahead and pull that guy out. There's 3, and then 4. I will draw my weakness.
We gotta move, girl.
Come on.
Come on. Okay. We gotta stretch a little.
Okay, well that changes things for me a little bit, boys, but I think we'll be alright.
Alright.
Okay. No enemies, so go up.
Boo. So many resources.
And now we are headed to the Timeless Realm. Each investigator loses all of their clues.
Yeah, all these clues I keep getting.
Remove each location from play. Put anything with a victory X value on it in the victory display. It's 2 of these. Y'all, we're going to have... You don't need to worry about upgrading those cards because this is going to be the most XP I think we've ever earned in a scenario.
Nice.
That's not victory.
Yes, it is. And if you're just discarding stuff there, don't. Yeah, no, this is a victory display.
Yeah, but I'm saying this doesn't have victory on it.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you were just handing me this.
Yes.
Is it Monday?
Thank God it is not. Put Celophaeus,
Cellophane.
Serenian,
Serotonin.
and Hazeth Clegg into play.
I ain't got one for that.
Are we setting up the Timeless Realm?
Uh-huh. Place each investigator at Celophaeus. Shuffle the set aside Crawling Mist into the encounter deck.
And I feel like there's going to be cats going down somewhere too.
Search the encounter deck for 1 copy of Priest of 1,000 Masks and spawn it at Hazeth Clegg. If there are 3 or 4 investigators in the game, search the encounter deck for another copy of Priest of 1,000 Masks and spawn it at Celophaeus as well. Shuffle the encounter deck. And advance to Act 2A, the King's Decree.
So no cats. I'll take the cats back.
2 priests.
You get... This is going in there.
So we can go from here to here.
We're here.
And here to here.
We're not here. We're here.
We go here to here. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Okay. Yeah, so you can only go from here to here. and here to here.
Okay.
And do. You can't go between these two.
We're looking for a priest.
Mm-hmm. One.
There's one. Let me shuffle these.
This goes into there.
Yes.
Oh, that doesn't go onto a location?
The priests go into a location. This goes in.
Where did the priests go?
One goes on us.
Oh, hi.
And the other goes there.
Okay.
And we have 1, 2, 3,
Okay.
4, 5, 6, 7. So he's at the second level. So he's still 3 fists, 3 foot, and 4 health.
Priest gets +1 damage and gains retaliate.
If we're at 8, right?
No, 6.
Oh, okay. Lord, okay.
So this is.
Yeah, he's getting nasty.
So what
He
is
looks like he's wearing a Princess Leia bikini on top of his cult robes.
He kind of does.
Look at him, Daniel.
Yeah. He looks like he's going. Do you think I'm sexy?
No.
I think I'm sexy.
You sound like Buffalo Bill.
Yeah, that was the intention. That was what I was going for there.
Oh my
A
gosh.
little too close. A little too close.
I feel like you've done this before.
So he's engaged with us at this point.
Yeah, I've just
Yes.
already pulled him over here with me because we're gonna dance.
Yeah, he spawns here, so he's going to engage with somebody.
Right, yeah,
Okay.
he can spawn engaged with me.
So, and how much HP does he have? Not fist, but
4? Unless he gets more on that
2
6.
or more. So does he get everything that's above?
Yeah, I think it's cumulative.
So 1 fight and 1 evade, +2 health, gets +1 damage. Okay, yeah, no, he's at 4. 4's across 3, 4. +1 damage, so like that's gonna be like he'll do 2 brains here.
Okay.
Okay.
okay. Well,
And he gains retaliate, so does he so every time I hit him he's gonna retaliate?
Yeah.
Okay, so I gotta F him up. That's what I'm hearing.
well, I'm gonna do you a favor.
If you hit him, Daniel, he's gonna give you 2 brains.
Not with this. This just does damage.
Yeah, I think he's right. That doesn't count as an attack, so a retaliate won't fire.
Shouldn't. I would think.
But okay.
Look, if he's gonna give me that damage, I'll just put it on Leo. I've got another Leo right here in my hand. -7, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh no, that's skull.
Oh yeah.
That's -2.
Okay, so he already took 1 damage.
He is going to indeed take a damage.
Okay, good.
2 resources. Going to. Okay. What can I not do? Okay, I'm going to get rid of this thing finally. I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to play magnifying glass and get rid of that. And I am done.
Okay, I'll take the.
Honey, why don't you let me kill him? I can do so now, and I think I can do so without him causing damage.
Okay. Go crazy.
Spend a charge here. -1. Oh yeah. Yeah. +2 damage, so that's 3 damage. He's dead, which means he doesn't get to retaliate.
Okay. We'll take it. Okay, well, guys, in that case, I'm gonna just slide to the left.
Yeah, I was gonna say we should deal with him too before we pick up any more of these. Or well, I guess not. I guess he's already maxed out, isn't he?
Yep. Okay, so can I have the bag? Thanks. The tableau is -2?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, there's 2 of 4.
And so he hit you for 2 horror.
Oh no, he killed Leo.
I got some more if you want me to come over there and
No.
hit it, babe. Okay.
It's hard to retaliate when you're freaking dead. Ugh. Okay. So now I've got 1 move left.
But he got Leo.
I had Leo in my hand. 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's right back. So now I still have 1 more turn. And what I'm going to do is pull out my survival knife.
This is a shroud of 2.
Hello
Alright,
there,
I'll
little
give it a
wolf.
shot. I'm going to dedicate my perception here. Have you done all yours? Oh God. No. -7. Nope. Okay. Okay, well.
Blow up.
Yeah.
So, what happens when you get to your last card? Just
Shuffle your
'em.
discard and put it back on top.
Okay. Cool.
Yes.
Oh, great. There's city or surface.
Oh, I got one of those too.
This is a city, so.
Where, down here?
No.
Am I in a city?
Yes, we're all. Every
Okay.
one of these is a city, so. Apparently.
Oh boy. Feet.
Feet.
Sure.
Feet. Okay.
Okay.
Let me do some investigating, real quick. Was that 7?
Yeah.
Okay. And I need 2. I need 4. I need
You need 2 if you're investigating here.
I need 4. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That does it. And then I'm gonna play this guy. Investigate. If you succeed, instead of discovering a clue, your location, discover a clue and connecting. And then I also get to discover a clue here because I succeeded by 2. Yeah, this is just a play card after.
Does it say event?
Oh yeah, it does. Okay.
Yeah.
That's yeah. All right, that makes sense. All right, and then I'm gonna move. Can I move here? Because they're
Mhm.
engaged with you guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that takes damage, by the way. Or
Which
should I? Well,
no,
should I put the damage on that one or
Yes,
this one?
no, go ahead and put it on that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Disgust. This guy's roasted. Actually, kind of ticks me off because I can almost kill him in one hit. Oof. 4, 5, 6, 7. That's still enough to hit. So that's 3 damage.
Oh, I got 2 clues. I keep forgetting to do that.
Ugh.
Calculate.
Okay.
Ooh.
You got him?
Yeah.
Nice.
That's shriveling when you draw symbol cards. You take horror for it.
Oh, yeah.
-7?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got to hit him for 4, so 5,
No, 2.
2. Well, that's easy. Okay, so -7. So 5 is going to put me at -2. There's 0. 0. One. Oh yeah, and then here. 2. Okay. Barely. I need them to be like Daniel's books.
Is that -2?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Easy peasy. So that's going to give me. Okay, let me make sure. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so that's got it. Booyah.
Were we in the same location when you killed that other guy? The other Corsair?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay, I'm gonna flip this as a free action. For my final action, I got my St. Hubert's key out here. Randolph stops in one of the streets of Cellophase to meet the old chief of the city's cats, and you recall that your companion once told you that Ulthar is not the only city of the dreamlands in which these curious creatures dwell. The cat informs Randolph where he can find his old friend, and you are surprised when your companion leads you to a rose crystal palace in the center of the city. Here you meet with King Kuranes, who rules this region. When you tell Kuranes of your quest, he indicates that you may find what you are looking for in the great temple that lies in the center of Hazeth Clegg, a city beyond his timeless realm. But this advice comes with a warning. Once you enter the temple of unfathomable desires, you might never leave. Remember that you have beseeched the king. Shuffle one set aside copy of Tenebrous Night Gaunt into the encounter deck. If able, flip this card back over.
Remember, we have beseeched the king?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I still have 2 moves left.
Okay.
Daniel, were you about to flip that one over?
You can.
No, I don't. I'm going to save my turns if you got it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a free action.
Oh, okay.
So.
Yeah.
Deep within the rundown city of Hazeth Clegg, along the streets of the Pantheon, lies the Temple of the Unattainable Desires. Ooh. It is a grand temple of onyx, its iron gates fashioned to look like a mass of twisted and intermingled serpents with amethyst eyes. Lanterns cast a baleful red glow at the entrance. You shudder at the thought of what profane rituals might transpire within the unhallowed halls, and yet your gut tells you this awful place may hold the answers you seek. Go in. Put the set-aside Temple of Unattainable Desires location into play. Flip this card over.
So
Okay.
there we go. That's got to be our 10th.
Did we get one of these?
Boom.
Have we gotten any of the signs of the god in this one?
Mm-mm.
So neither one of these had that in it?
No, but now we have this.
We've got another location here.
So we still have one more location?
I'm guessing this is going to connect to it, or this is going to connect to it.
So I've still got 2 moves left. Should I move in there?
The way to the temple is barred shut. You cannot enter the temple of unattainable desires unless an investigator has beseeched the king.
We have done so.
We have.
So we can go there. What do we need anything to go here? So this is a move, and this is a move. Wait. This is this is a move. So either or.
I can't really investigate. 3 shrouds a bit steep.
Resources or cards is fine too.
I mean, I guess I can... I've got Desperate Search in my hand, but my sanity is 1 too high for this. I'm like hanging on by a thread to be able to add 4 buck to that search.
Don't worry about searching.
Okay, I'm gonna do this in this case.
We're going to flip this just so everyone knows.
Yep.
I feel like we've moved as fast as humanly possible. Like we even left 2 enemies in the last place.
Okay. Okay. I got a blanket. I'm just kidding, but I got a thermos, which always makes me think of the blanket because I think they came from the same scenario. And it has like some little cocos in it.
The blanket was
Be nice with the blanket, kind of cozy. I wouldn't know how cozy it was though.
That was, yeah. We haven't done that again where we like picked stuff that was outside of the cards.
Yeah. Each cycle, like each campaign cycle, has its own like unique mechanics that it uses, which is dope, I think.
This one is like play all your cards and go through your entire deck.
Play everything.
Enjoy your deck. You built this deck. Why don't you get to
You're
use
gonna see
it?
the whole thing twice.
Blow up.
Oh, don't mind if I do. Actually, I do mind.
Did you pull one of your weaknesses?
Pray, bearer only. While stubborn detective is at your location, treat your investigator as if his or her printed text box were blank. Yay. Yep. Brr.
Well, I'm gonna have to investigate after all.
It really is called the Maga Bird.
All our investigates get +2 shroud right now.
Okay. When you initiate an investigation, you may take either. Well, that changes things.
Nah.
I got Prismatic Phenomenon.
What does that mean?
So, the first time you perform draw, resource, or play, each round it costs an additional action. After you successfully investigate a location, instead of discovering clues, discard this instead.
Oh, you have to investigate to get rid of that. Oh,
Yeah.
snap. Oh, you know what?
I resisted the song of the Maga Bird.
I got you. Check this out.
I'm too smart to fall for the Maga
Enters play
Bird.
after location, enters play, or is revealed during an investigator's turn. Till the end of that active investigator's.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, I need some assistance on rules here. I want to put that here to give it -1 shroud. Does that work? Can I do that now?
It just entered play, right?
It did, but
Yeah.
it's like, what's the active investigator? Like, what does that mean?
You,
Oh,
the person who played this.
oh, okay. Well, yeah. So that's now 2.
2 plus 2?
And you get to move one of these.
Yes.
2 plus 2?
2 plus 2. Or
so it's 4.
you take a horror, and it's just 2.
If I took a horror, then I could use my 4 books.
There's options.
Well, I guess I'm going to go down here. God, my investigate is not great.
Here's the
I
thing,
do
though.
have perception, though.
This guy, I assume, is engaged with me at this point, right?
Yes.
Okay, I can.
Oh,
Probably...
here. How about I just punch him to death?
Well, then you can't move and do this.
I'm okay with that. I'll just move over there with you.
Okay.
Are we in the same location already, or do I have to move?
We are
on?
in the same location already.
Oh, okay. Yeah, here.
can
I've got
punch.
anger issues. Let me get them out.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
this
I guess
isn't even hard.
Yeah, I guess if you can hit him twice in one attack, you could do that. All right. Thank you.
How about that?
Appreciate that.
And then I'm gonna just pull out swift reflexes. So for my second turn, so I still get my turns.
Has this cost you an extra turn yet?
No, because it's if you.
Yeah, draw, resource, or play. You haven't done.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll just have 5 this time.
Actually, would just exit out, like, because.
Okay, good. Does that mean it goes away then?
No.
Okay. Well, let me just leave this out in that case.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can move. This won't drain you. That will only drain you of an extra action if you play a card, draw a card, or
Does
draw
this
a
count as
resource.
playing a card?
No.
Okay.
Play from your hand to the table.
Can I search here the Shroud of 3?
You need to move first.
Oh, okay.
It's 2 though. 'Cause
2,
it's
but we've got +2?
+2 or -1 horror. Yes.
+2 or -1 horror.
+2 or take a horror, and then it's only 2. What you draw? Squid.
Might as well. Let me try again.
Um,
No, there's no coming back from that, Daniel.
well,
Here, how about this for my last try? +1.
There you go. You can't help her because you haven't moved yet.
well. I
So
was,
now I got rid of that one.
I was gonna be
And
like, "Wait,
then-
hold up."
Now, can I use, can I just go ahead and pull out this event?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Great. And because of, wait. Perfect. Okay, so this is going to give me 2 extra turns. Because I've got double.
Okay.
What else should I do?
I was about to ask, do you need 2 extra turns?
No, but I got them.
I mean, hey, get more resources. I don't know.
I don't need more resources, though.
Why don't you hold it
Yeah, that's what I'm going to
and
do.
see what he uncovers?
Okay.
Well, yeah, I might uncover something here.
Because this place doesn't look friendly, is all I'm saying.
What? Unattainable desires. It's,
Yeah, that's a pass.
what's bad about that? They're unattainable. Oh, I am committing this card. To be clear. Because I might fail this book test.
Okay.
I think I pass.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're good.
Alright, so that gives me 1. After you successfully investigate. So that's 1. And This gives me another. And then I got the one from the investigate. And then it goes away. Oh.
She has the cutest little schneer.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Dude.
That's 7.
Yeah,
7? Okay.
that's the bad one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is this? 2?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's still a success. Okay.
Congratulations.
Yeah. That's my turn.
Before we do anything else, free action. You want to flip back, bad boy?
In the deepest section of the temple lies its greatest hall and its greatest curse. Ooh, it's an orgy hall. The moment you pass under its low, narrow doorway, you find yourself in another realm altogether. A twisted, hellish version of the city outside. The streets are lined with tottering houses that lean together so that they almost form tunnels. I just thought of a really bad joke. Blotting out what passes for the sky in this nightmare realm. Only a single blissful star shines in the perpetual twilight, visible
Okay.
between
I didn't
leaning...
want to be that person, but it's Belful.
What did I say?
Blayful.
Oh!
Well, I don't want to be that person,
Blade.
but you say envelope instead of envelop every single time.
That was my brain reading it incorrectly. Visible...
Balfoil? Who even knows that word?
Well, it is Belful. Like, I just transposed some letters there.
Sounds like a really stupid word.
Look, you can spell Blayful from this.
I agree.
You just move a letter.
Yeah, no, you can. It's not a word, but you can spell it.
Visible between the leaning basalt towers and twisted streets. Put the set-aside city which appears on no map location in play. Cool. City which appears on no map. Wow. Okay.
That also not give us one of the things here?
Yeah,
No.
this is not going well.
It did not.
I'm a little nervous, friends.
This is 6 shroud. Dun,
Wowie, wowie.
dun, 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 dun.
Those are resources, not clues.
Those are resources and not clues.
I know it's Friday.
What? Look, details. Whatever. Forced. For each priest of 1,000 masks at the city which appears on no map, reduce its shroud by 1. So that's just a thing.
Well, we killed him, so...
Mm-hmm.
After you fail a skill
Dang.
test, forced, after you fail a skill test while investigating the city which appears on no map, search the encounter deck and discard pile for a priest of 1,000 masks and spawn it here. Shuffle the encounter deck. Oh. Y'all didn't... Okay. Okay, Arkham. Let's see what you got.
Alright, we'll glow up.
I still have 2 moves left.
Oh, sorry.
I don't really know what to do, bro.
Play a card, draw a card, get resources.
Yeah, I think I'm going to, if it's an item, then I just pull it out, right?
Yeah.
I don't have to have, like, a hand slot for it or anything.
Only if it shows a hand.
How's your horror doing, guys?
I hadn't been hit.
Mine's in a weird place.
Okay.
But I'm alright. St. Hubert's Key lowers it, but it also, if I am about to be defeated by horror, I automatically heal. So.
Okay. How's your health?
It's as high. It's pathetic, but it's as high as it can get.
Okay.
Can you heal an ally? Because she took 1.
From an investigator.
Yeah, I don't think there are any heals that can heal allies.
It's fine. She'll be fine. It's a flesh wound.
Okay. Okay. So now we glow up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
So many weapons. Well, now that I've seen the whole deck, I know I have built a really good one.
Oh, yeah. Foot.
Dope.
Surge.
Fun stuff.
We said 0 is even, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, indeed. All right. Well, I'm gonna get rid of these centaurs real quick.
Hold on.
Oh right. This whole thing.
You have evaded the Corsairs for weeks since their pursuit began. Each time they appear, you are able to slip through their grasp, but the noose grows tighter and tighter with each escape. Even so, you persist in the hope you can find Kadath before your luck runs out. However, even with all of the information you have uncovered, Kadath eludes you still, and the Corsairs are hot on your trail. You try to make your way to safety, but you have underestimated the lengths these creatures will go to in order to capture you. They have cut off all of your escape routes, and have taken away all of your safe havens. There is nowhere left for you to run. Like pack hunters, they surround you. Each surviving investigator is defeated.
Are you kidding me?
Does that mean we have to build new decks?
It says captured, so possibly not.
Okay.
2 signs of the gods.
That's still way. I don't know what we could have done different.
I mean, we could have retired
We could have retired.
with the signs that we had. I think it's meant to. I think getting 10 is meant to be nearly impossible.
Huh.
So you said there were 2 on that one,
Yeah, and I would have been able to get that in a couple turns.
and here's a sign of the god right here too.
Yeah. Huh.
Well, that stinks. Okay, does it say something? Because
Yeah.
do we have a resolution number?
Proceed to the resolution the investigators reach. If no resolution was reached, and each investigator was defeated, skip to resolution 2. As you examine your surroundings, you notice that your other companions, including Virgil and Randolph, have been captured as well. They are unconscious at the moment, but maybe when they awaken, you can formulate a plan to free yourselves. After all, despite this setback, you have learned much of the dreamlands and of the gods who dwell atop unknown Kadath. Though you still don't know its precise location, if you are able to escape from this wretched galley, perhaps there is hope for your quest. You swallow a ball of despair and hope that this is not the end of your journey. Each investigator earns experience equal to the Victory X value. For each sign of the gods the investigators unveiled during the scenario, record 1 tally mark next to evidence of Kadath in your campaign log.
Well, we got 12 XP on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Signs of the God, we had 7. You know what? So, this game is so smart. This game is so smart. The 2 resolutions that it gives me to choose from is 1 person resigned, or you resigned, or you were defeated. You can't get there. So we maxed out the HP or the XP and the whatever this is going to get us, we maxed that out because of the way we played it. Okay, I feel better now.
Huh.
So it was undefeatable.
Okay.
No, so proceed to the resolution if no resolution was reached, and at least one investigator resigned. Proceed to resolution 1. So we could have gotten resolution 1 if only one of us made it out.
If only one person resigned?
Yeah, if only one person got here and did the thing, that would have proceed to R1. So. But, I mean, it's, again, that's the way these things are set up. They're branching paths.
Sure.
So,
That's just, I don't know. I feel like, I mean, like a couple more turns, I would have been able to get this thing. And
yeah.
I don't know. I don't see how we could have got there faster, but
I don't either. I mean, I'm sure there's some way to play that perfectly, but
yeah, that's wild.
So we got 8 evidence of Kadath.
7.
Oh
wait, this? 7.
Okay. In your campaign log, record Virgil was captured.
Yeah.
And record Randolph was captured.
Mm-hmm.
Who's Randolph?
He was the other guy we were traveling with. He just didn't have a card.
Oh, okay.
If you were playing the Dream Quest as a 4-part campaign, proceed to Scenario 3A, Dark Side of the Moon.
We are going to 1,000 Shapes of Horror.
Yes, as an interconnected 8-part campaign.
Yep.
Proceed to 1,000 Shapes of Horror.
I feel like that was an emotional roller coaster. I feel like I just got really mad and then kind of relieved there in about 15 seconds.
Yeah.
You're going to see me flip this table over, and I'm glad I didn't have to because it's heavy.
Well, I was just confused. I didn't realize that resign was like a legitimate option.
Yeah, there's lots of scenarios that we've had to resign on.
Yeah, it just depends. I knew we were pushing our luck. Like I was debating whether or not we should just go, but
You should have said something.
Well,
Then
I was
have been
debating
like,
it, but
no, why would we ever gamble on anything? I don't gamble on stuff like that.
Never have the Pisces been known to take risks. The Aquarian over here is like, is it Aquarian or Aquemini?
Aquarian, I guess.
I'd need my Nana. She would know the answer to that.
Aquemini?
I don't.
It's an outcast thing, so like...
Oh, because they changed the signs at some point.
They didn't change the names of them.
No.
Okay, so 2-part Arkham Horror.
Yes.
2 parts that we have worked on this scenario and finally came to a conclusion.
I like playing a Seeker, turns out.
Dude, Seeker's my favorite class.
glad.
I feel you.
It's because you had to play it forever. This was the scenario that would not end.
I like the ability to, stack my stat.
Yeah, it's great.
I feel like...
And it's helpful. Seeker's a good class.
And I'll have to look again, but I feel like this has more options in the cards to, like, +1 to book options. Then, like, a Guardian doesn't necessarily have a lot of +1 to fist, but they have weapons that increase it more than +1. So, I like it.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Well, and keep in mind, too, that the more we play this, the more cards are unlocked, and so the more options you get for every single one of these guys. So
I am bummed I did not get the essence of the dream, but it's alright. Stupid squid token.
So, I know that it's a taboo subject with Arkham fans, but give me an upgraded Dr. Christopher. Come on.
Yeah.
But okay, so this was our little 2-part series for the search for Kadath, and it looks like we will be going back to the waking world for our next scenario.
Yes, when we last left those characters, they were in a hospital filled with spiders.
Cool.
So, as far as I'm concerned, things can really only go up from there.
Yes.
All right, well, thank you for tagging along with us. If you liked what you saw here with us, make sure you're subscribed so that you never miss any content when we put it on here. And make sure you've gone to our website, elevation.games, and signed up for our newsletter. When you sign up for our newsletter, you automatically get a free game. We also have an Arkham player guide on there now that you also have access to. Just a lot of free content that we're adding to our website every day.
Yep.
Lots of Arkham related content on there already. And next Sunday, November 13th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm like double checking the dates before I say it. On Sunday, November 13th, we're doing Extra Life as part of the Giant Bomb team. And finally, like, officially part of the Giant Bomb team. I'm proud of y'all. So make sure that you join in with us for a sun-up to sundown day of game shenanigans. We've got miniatures to paint. We've got brand new Kickstarters to play. We've got lots of stuff in store. So
Yeah, what are we playing? I'm not going to say, but I will give you a hint.
a hint. I don't know what that
This
is.
out. It's
Why
just
is it out? Get it off my table. All right. Well, we will see y'all next time. And thanks for joining us.
Bye, everybody.
See ya.